Hi, everyone. I'm just here to say that we're starting in about 5 minutes. We'll start in about 5 minutes. But I hope everybody's well. You're having a good morning. Everybody's had their coffee. Fingers crossed. If possible, please come closer. This session is actually called, addressing the trust deficit. So let's come together. Let's trust each other just a little bit. If possible, there are lots of seats taken up in the back, but if you are comfortable, please do come to the front as well. All right, we'll start at 9:05 and a half. All righty. I think some people are still getting their morning coffees, and it will trickle into the room, but that's okay. That's natural for day 2 of the conference. Welcome everybody to the second day of the Corporate Sustainability and Environmental Rights in Asia conference, a tongue twister, so CSERA for short. Yesterday, we had a packed day, and I think it had a lot of information. We heard from different stakeholders, different companies, from Telenor, we heard from financial institutions, financial actors, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There was a lot. And our comms team said, you know what, let's distill this and get everybody ready for the second day. So what you can expect today is that it is jam-packed, full of the practice side of things. How do we action all these insights that we've seen? But before that, here is a quick recap of day 1. Day one of the second Corporate Sustainability and Environment Rights in Asia Conference opened up urgent discussions on corporate sustainability, environment rights, and meaningful stakeholder engagement. From policymakers to business and civil society, one question remains central. How do we ensure that all stakeholders, especially those most affected, have a real say in corporate decision making?
I think one of the very important things that I've heard today is that the UN is really standing up as a leader in terms of coalescing all of us together. This is an important time in history where we need to be building alliances, and this conference has been such a wonderful opportunity to bring people together.
These types of discussions are very important from the aspect also of bringing different stakeholders together in order to drive the engagement. But here's where you meet real people that's working in the field, and you never know what those kind of connections can do and drive forward.
I think the most fundamental takeaway for me is that the conversations around digital rights, which is a very active, vibrant community of people, researchers, activists, needs to come closer to those folks working on environment, as well as folks working on labor questions. So I think these groups of people thinking about these questions, these groups of people tackling human rights at the front line, all need to talk to each other because there are shared learnings as well as shared strategies.
Engaging itself is not enough. It's about the action, the commitment, and follow through. That's why you need a team to really plan, execute, implement, monitor, and redo it all again. Yeah, companies have to invest in this.
This is a one-of-a-kind event, as you can see from the participants here. The diverse perspective that's offered. I think we all have a responsibility to make sure that the ideas that come out of these 2 days will be translated into concrete actions that we, in the end, want to influence and contribute to the changes that we've talked about here, whether it's climate change, biodiversity loss, or it's about business continuity.
And a round of applause for yourselves and the comms team. No, thank you so much. And again, I do want to say that this conference is really about bringing all these diverse perspectives and thinking about how we shift the needle on corporate sustainability, essentially. So without much further ado, I welcome you to the first plenary discussion of the day, which really tries to bring all of this together. The trust deficit, reclaiming power and redefining the table. What does stakeholder engagement practically look like? I'd like to welcome the moderator, Dr. Harpreet Kaur, Business and Human Rights Specialist at UNDP. And on the panel, Ghislaine Dowd, Director, Sustainable Investing, Robeco. James Eckford, Business and Human Rights Consultant at Embode. And Walter Lin, Managing Director, Asia for CEDEX. Over to you, Harpreet.
Good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible. All right, thank you, Belinda. And again, good morning, everyone. In fact, we've really had a thought-provoking first day. We've had lots of questions that were asked. And in some ways, the plenary today really sort of brings together a lot of conversations that happened and that took place here yesterday. And yesterday I was looking at some of the scribes, and thanks, Iris, for this incredible scribes that you've been developing. I was actually reminded of my own experiences from all my past life. It was like all my years of work experience just kind of reflected back here. And I'll share a story to kind of bring back to what was discussed at the first session yesterday. In one of my previous roles at the Center for Women's Leadership, our team was developing initiatives to address gender leadership gap, particularly the leaking pipeline of women leaving the workforce due to maternity and childcare. As you would expect, we all begin with data. So we started looking at, what's the data that's there to sort of see why are women dropping out of the workforce due to maternity and childcare. And trust me, there were countless reports from the consultants, from the human rights professionals, from the executive coaches, explaining why women drop out of the workforce due to maternity and childcare. And they all had advice on how and why they should come back. But here's what shocked me. And trust me, we really looked at all the data and the research that was available in the country at that point. But really, what shocked me is that not a single study, there was not a single study that was conducted with the women who actually left the workforce. The entire world had an option and opinion on their choices, except them. So we actually started the research, and I think it was mentioned in the panel yesterday at the opening in terms of, that even as individual stakeholders, we are not a homogeneous group. So we started our research really speaking to pregnant women, women who were on maternity leave, women who were on maternity leave but have come back to the workforce, women who had children, was like a few months old to ones that were like 5 years old or 3 years old. Because we did realize that women or mothers or pregnant women were not a homogeneous group. And if you really sort of look at them as women, I think not a homogeneous group in there. Fast forward, last year, I was teaching a group of professionals, and they were very proud. And these were all business professionals from some 40 big, large multinational companies. And they were really proud to share how they had submitted recently their modern slavery statements. I got really curious because, as in my current role, I don't get to be on the field as much as I would want to be. So I started asking them, their interactions with the laborers, with the communities that they engaged with. Guess what? None of them have ever met once a forced labor, and they were all businesses who had actually submitted their statements on modern slavery and what their businesses were doing to address that. Their stakeholder engagement had been outsourced to consultants, to intermediaries, and third parties. And I think what I'm trying to say here is, over the years, things haven't really changed, and the way that we sort of look at it, it still remains the same. And I guess it's moment really like this that we have to ask, is stakeholder engagement really a bridge between businesses and communities, or it's another process really to maintain control? Does it lead to actual influence, or it's really just a ritual, it's just an input, it's just a process? And it's interesting because this term stakeholder engagement really comes from management theory, first introduced by Freeman in 1984 as a way of businesses to think beyond shareholders and consider the wider ecosystem of people who influence or are affected by their business decisions, and it included in some ways rights holders, even though the term wasn't used. Those days, it was also a direct challenge, really a direct challenge to Milton Friedman's shareholder primacy model, which everybody was talking about at that point. But honestly, if you really look at it, it's a concept that's really been taught across several disciplines and different fields, right? I mean, for media, they say audience is the key. For designers, for innovators, they always say, keep your users at the center. I'm trained as an anthropologist, and we were trained to engage with diverse communities to understand different perspectives and to co-create solutions respecting social, cultural, and economic contexts. And I'm saying here all of these different disciplines, and they may or may not have used the term stakeholder engagement, but really it is what about, engaging with people who you are working for, people you are designing for, people you are developing solutions for. And over the years, we have obviously seen the concept of stakeholder engagement really gained global significance, I think really embedded into some of these CSR frameworks, sustainability standards, and human rights regulations. And in some ways, I guess what started as a voluntary best practice has now become a regulatory, expectations really codified in frameworks, including, we heard many of these acronyms yesterday: UN Guiding Principles, so UNGP, CSDDD, CSRD, TNFD, GRI. All of these different disclosures really require businesses to engage with stakeholders. But I guess it's one of that field, it's one of that issues that remains where we see really the biggest trust deficit in the business and human rights space. At the annual forum last year in November, stakeholder engagement was one of the key issues that kept coming in across different sessions and across different conversations. So, has it really shifted the power? Is it leading to influence, or it's just an input? And I think, honestly, if engagement really truly worked, why do we often see an empty chair at decision-making tables like ours right now? Well, sometimes the chair gets filled, but but then there's never an enabling environment where they can actually come and speak and bring their perspectives comfortably, honestly as well. So today, I don't want to ask here who's at the table. I think the question that we're trying to answer here is who isn't at the table. So we'll start and we would love to hear from you. So if colleagues can put the Mentimeter here, what we would like you to do is we would love to hear from you. Who do you think should be at the table today and who do you think isn't? So if you could please scan the code and then let's hear what our audience feels here. So as expected, I guess some of the questions that we have started seeing, some of the responses here, young people, rights holders, survivors, indigenous populations, big corporations, multinational corporations. We do have business representatives here among the panel. Policymakers, decision makers. Great, I think let's, as it's populating, I think what we're trying to say here is if these are the tables, they are only set for those who already hold the power, then honestly, really, engagement isn't really shifting powers. It's really maintaining it. So how do we challenge the status quo? How do we engage rights holders? I mean, everybody said, a lot of people said here, we need rights holders, and again, in different categories here, but we need rights holders, but then also to ensure that they're not just consulted, but actually their input is taken into consideration and they're able to shape decisions, the corporate decision making as well. How do businesses, investors, and policymakers really create engagement that leads to shared accountability and not just information exchange? I've gone to communities, I've heard them, and I've come back, and I'm going to continue doing what we are doing. So not to have that kind of a conversation or an information exchange, but really to co-develop and ensure that this engagement leads to shared accountability. Now, these are not easy questions, not by any means. These are very tough questions, but I guess that's why we are here today. And thankfully, I don't have to answer them. I only get to ask these questions as a moderator. Well, we have an excellent lineup of speakers, and thank you again for joining us today. So I guess I'll start, you looked at some of these responses that we said we need to have, other people here at the table that we were discussing stakeholder engagement. But maybe we'll start with a very brief question and for you to reflect on. Given your experiences and given your diverse background, we have Kilaine who bring in an investor's perspective, Walter from your experience as a private sector, from a private sector experiences, and James, you've been advising businesses on how to do this the right way. If you could all start and take about 2 minutes just to sort of help us understand what do you think are really the primary reasons for distrust in business commitment to environmental and human rights? Kilaine, perhaps we can start with you.
Thank you, Harpreet, and thank you also for setting the scene and that great introduction. I have to say, it reminded me also about one of my experiences that led me to start working on sustainability. In 2010, I spent some time for an organization in India that fights against child labor. And I did a legal research on all the legislation that protects children. And there's a lot of legislation, but what I learned from the person that I was working with is that policies, they're all dead letters. It's of course about the implementation, and stakeholder engagement, of course, is one of the tools for that. Distrust, I think a couple of reasons, I think, or causes come up into my mind. Well, first of all, historical misconduct and controversies. We have seen a lot there are, of course, major issues on environmental degradation, violation of land rights, community rights. So, and these are impacts, large impacts, and it takes a lot of time to rebuild that trust. Lack of transparency and disclosures from company side. Companies are maybe hesitant to disclose challenges that they face, and so they decide not to disclose those, which could lead to suspicion. Inconsistent practices and not walking the talk, and that is also maybe linked to greenwashing, where you overcommit related to sustainability actions and don't do what you say you want to do. And lastly, I think, we have various stakeholders, we live in different worlds and we don't know each other. So then it's also, that makes it also maybe difficult to trust each other. So that is very important, to get to know each other, to understand the practices from each segment, you could say. How does a bank work? How does an NGO work? Because I think that will build trust. And in the Netherlands, we have a saying, vertrouwen komt te voet en gaat te paard. And if I translate it, trust arrives on foot and leaves on a horseback. So it's very difficult. It's hard to earn trust. It's easy lost and difficult to re-establish. But engagement, accountability, legal responsibility, and collaborations are, of course, some of the ways how we can rebuild trust.
Thanks, Gillian. I have lots of follow-up questions on that, but I'm going to pause for a moment. But Walter, let's just hear from you. Why do you think, what are the primary reasons for distrust in business commitments?
Okay, so thank you. So morning, everyone. I think my personal background is all in the private sectors. So, and for the current observation from my experience in the private sector, I think the first important point I would like to call out is, I agree with your point you said about the transparency, because it's very easy to making a commitment. However, when you come to into the practical levels, and I think the company from the senior management level and also from the operation level, they feel quite hesitation to implementation, because they just worry, if I do something wrong, and will that bring any damage to my brand reputation, and whether I lose any, business order. So that's the most concern as a private sectors. They want to do, but they still feel like anxious and worry about that. And the second point I'd like to call out, I think there is a chance, I guess, from the NGO or media, they think about, the private sector, they do got the PR department or government relation department. They do quite a lot of advocacy to the government and also the NGO. But sometimes I think the perception is the private sectors, these departments are trying to persuade the benefits. Just really to think more from the company's level, but really to think about more about the social goods. So this is a lot of things about imbalancings when you're doing advocacy to the government, especially to the local government and the community level. So that also brings some trust as well. But last but not least, I think a lot of perception on private sector, because a lot of NGO and media will say, hey, you are the private sector, you are looking for money, you are driving for profits, right? But I think the perception is talking about whatever you do, you're always looking for money. You're looking for the, the profits. And I think this is a fundamental perception on the other party looking at the business or the private sector, how they should behave. Because nothing wrong as a business, because they need to earn money, right? But what the other people around the private sector, they will say, you are not doing the right thing. So I think there is a fundamental mindset difference and making the trust happen. So I think that's the three key summaries from my learnings. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Walter. I think some thought-provoking questions here. And I think what was really interesting in the way that you said, we all sort of look at stakeholder engagement somewhere as a risk management tool, but what you're also saying is, even if when businesses do this, they're thinking, how it may actually end up, bringing in more reputational risk to them, and how it could be even riskier in that. And I think that's an interesting point, and we'll come back to this in the conversation. But James, if I could pass it on to you and hear what you have to say about this.
Thank you, Harpreet. So I think for me, there's the fact that there never was trust to begin with. And really the system is kind of operating as it should be, as Walter was saying. Like it's the profit motive, that drives businesses in society. And we've been trying to, drive this normative shift, with the UNGPs. And we can see, like Glenn was saying, like the historical controversies, they seem to be the only thing that have really driven business action. You know, we can look at Thailand. Like, so I've been based in Thailand since 2017. I come from an NGO background primarily. This only just moved to the private sector recently, and so you know, I've seen from that perspective. You know, I have a human rights background, and seeing Thailand, you know, become a pioneer. They're always saying Thailand is the first country in the region to have a national action plan. But you know, where did this come from? This came from, you know, global controversy around the seafood sector, and you know, it's NGOs who and journalists who are usually leading the charge in exposing these controversies. And then, you know, the businesses, you know, as Walter was saying, then the businesses don't trust those NGOs because they're afraid of letting them in and exposing more controversies. And so when those businesses, you know, they do begin to change and they begin to have, you know, social sustainability departments to begin to hire people from the human rights sector. But then those people are, you know, very constrained in what they can achieve. They're working in a small department. There's usually only a couple of them, and then they find they're kind of working against the interest of everybody else in that business. And then you can also see that when a business will, you know, make big commitments to say, we're going to, you know, completely eradicate child labor or forced labor from our supply chains, you know, by 2025 or 2020, 2030, and that year comes and goes, and then the business is like, oh, actually, okay, we need to move it again. And this is what, you know, the public are seeing. They're only seeing these controversies come out, and then the business finally responds, and then legislation comes along, and you know, businesses respond. And as you were saying, they'll have, you know, they'll publish a modern slavery statement and be, you know, very proud of it. Oh, we finally got our statement and our policies published. But how does it turn into action? And then the NGOs come along to kind of say, okay, we're going to see to what extent is this being implemented. Oh, it's actually not really being implemented. And then, you know, you have this cycle of distrust between civil society and businesses. So I think, you know, we're still trying to move this system away from what, you know, its original purpose was, which, you know, as Walter said, it was to create profit. And I think this is, you know, so there never was trust to begin with. And as Ghislaine said, it's easy to lose. So every time you have a controversy, they're being set back. And when they put out these big commitments, I think everyone is naturally very skeptical of what they mean. And, you know, those commitments are often made by, you know, a PR and marketing department who are disconnected from, you know, the human rights department, and they can't convey the complexities of, you know, human rights violations or, you know, why forced labor is happening in their supply chain. This is all people will see from the outside. It's a very kind of simplistic narrative, which I think then is also frustrating to the human rights practitioners within that business.
Great. Thanks, James, and thank you, everyone. I think, you know, we're really starting to raise a lot of other questions in terms of, you know, we're talking about trust deficit, but was there ever a trust? And how do we really break this vicious cycle of distrust that keeps happening? You know, you make commitments and then you don't really deliver, or for whatever reasons, the businesses are not able to deliver. I think what I personally see is, you know, one of the key challenges that also remains is this lack of dialogue. And I think what we've not been able to really, at least that's where I see, and you know, that's where we see that what we've really not been able to do is to bring affected communities and stakeholders together with the businesses on the same platform. I think sometimes it feels like all of these conversations are happening in their own different corners, and people are really not able to come together and have this conversation and have a meaningful, constructive dialogue. So I think how do we then break this cycle is where we start talking, because I think and you've all raised issues around transparency, accountability, but I think now I'm trying to remember who said, but you know, you may have sustainability teams, but if those teams are not empowered enough, and if they don't have enough financial resources, because all of this requires, you know, also in terms of different resources, capacities, it requires technical capacities. What I'm hearing is it requires resources. So if you don't have that, even within businesses who have big sustainability teams or have started to address, then how do you actually make it happen? So I think it's an interesting conversation and the way that we've started. But Walter, let me just maybe start to kick off the conversation with you. You know, your members work across different industries, different geographies, and you're sort of looking at operations here in Asia. And in all of these different geographies, your members are actually engaging with multiple stakeholders. But let's again, you know, bring back the conversation in terms of, you know, who are these people who actually are your stakeholders? Who are the stakeholders that you're speaking to? But also from your own experiences across these different industries, different geographies, who do you think is missing from some of these assessments that your members are undertaking. Who doesn't get a say, and why do you think they don't get a say? And how do you think that can probably sort of, push the agenda a little bit forward and bring them to these conversations? How do we really bring people at a platform where at least the conversations can start constructively, meaningfully? Where do you see these stakeholders are missing? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for a question. I think because we are a private sector business organization across 45 different sectors in different country and region, so I would like to categorize our member into two levels. One is multinational company and also the large corporation, for example, the Thai business in the stock exchange, for example. But another piece of our member base is more about small and medium-sized company in the global supply chains. And when we talk about the, how to say, stakeholder engagement, I will say a lot of these activity are only done into the multinational company and large corporation only. Because if you talk about human rights, impact assessment, talking about environment right, I think these two wording are too luxury for small and medium-sized companies. Because actually, before I joined CSERA, I working for a factory, and I spent 9 months working 12 hours with the workers. And I can really feel and touch that these very high-level wordings sounds too luxury for the small and medium-sized company. So if you're talking about the small and medium-sized company, how do you do the supply engagement and the stakeholder engagement? That does not make sense. So I guess that's the point to answer your question. For the large corporations, and they do a lot stakeholder engagement. And I think like the major stakeholder is likely to be the investors from the capital markets, the NGO, CSO, and also from the consumer and also the government. But also don't forget the supply chain is also a very important part of the corporation. So the supplier, especially the tier 1 suppliers, are the essential stakeholders to need to engage. But I think the weakness from the large corporation, I will say, is about it's difficult really to touch at a workers level. Because you can go to the factory to talk to the factory boss, but those, the kids, or let's say if there is a child labor, if there is, like say, forced labors, and you will not get a chance to really to talking to the workers. I think that's very difficult. So because I got a feeling like when I was sent my boss to one of my factories in one of the countries in Asia for 9 months, every day I need to talk to the factory's girls, and they're crying and they want to get a job. But I don't think the large corporation, you got the chance to talk to the factory workers in the ground, and you won't be able to hear the pain and challenges. So I guess this is the biggest challenges, and I think it's the missing part. So how can we realize the civil society or NGO to bring these workers in the ground, have a connection to talking with the corporation? And also, the second finding I would like to say, normally the stakeholder is coming from about the PR levels, the public relations levels, or ESG managers level. But how can we ensure that the CEO or chief sustainability officer or whatever you call the C-level person are really to see these workers' voice are really important? Otherwise, you are missing the most important part, especially from the human rights side. And come back to the small and medium companies, I guess they do still need to do some stakeholder engagement. I guess most of the time their stakeholders are their downstream customers. Because a lot of customers from the human rights perspective, they will say, okay, you go from the audits, you do filling the questionnaire, and this is the only information they got from the customer, but they are not be able to empower to do the right stakeholder by themselves because they no money, there is no one get the training, because if the big company, they only get the training and resource to the big suppliers who have a large procurement volumes. But if I'm a small one, who I can help? I'm the person very, very, how to say, I really need to getting some help, but no one to care for me. So how can you empower these small and medium-sized companies to really to take some action? Also, this is, I would say this is a pain point as well. So I will pause for now to give some other reflection to the other panelists in here.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thanks, Walter. In fact, in some ways you're raising some of very critical issues, but particularly here for Asia, where you do have a large number of small and medium enterprises. So how do we, even when among large multinational companies where we do have the resources, if you're not able to do it the right way, even there, how do we then sort of start really bringing this these conversations and how do we really build capacities even among the small and medium enterprises. We do have later, I think, some sessions on small and medium enterprises, and we have some SME speaking. So perhaps it's a note to the moderators if you want to bring that conversation again. But I think what you're also saying here is, what I'm hearing is, in all of this engagement that's taking place, we are still not speaking to rights holders, and we're not reaching actually to affected communities or the workers or the ones who are going to be impacted the most by the operation. So you're looking at still in terms of your tier one suppliers, you're looking at still in terms of, I think in some ways incremental progress, but I think how do we then really pick the pace and sort of make sure that we also reach the workers or the affected communities in the end. Um, Actually, James, I'm going to come to you with this because we've talked about and we heard how many of these stakeholder engagements are now outsourced to some of these organizations and businesses. The way that you engage with, and you've been advising companies on some of these issues as well. I think my question to you is, when these, and there's no problem and there's no issue around sort of businesses making money and having the profits, and I think the conversation is about profit with principles and profit, making sure that you're not abusing either people or the planet. I think that's what the conversation is really about. But when this stakeholder engagement is outsourced, James, how do you continue to ensure that there's ownership among the businesses still, even though it's been outsourced? And we understand all of this probably is difficult to do it as a business itself, while ensuring and maintaining financially competitive as edge as well. But what are some of the common mistakes that businesses make when they're outsourcing the stakeholder engagement? In your experience, have you had any experiences where it could have been avoided, but because we're not caring enough, and we're just kind of really subcontracting our responsibility and our accountability to a third party? What goes in there?
Thank you for the question. So I think within Bode, we take like a very system strengthening approach. So we have the clients who come to us, they're self-selecting, and I don't think they're necessarily coming to us to try and avoid their responsibility. They choose us for a very specific reason, and so we kind of say to them, we've always talked about stakeholder engagement. First, you need to really take a very intentional step back and apply a systems lens and look at, where does this stakeholder sit? Like, they're not operating in a vacuum. They're operating within many different systems. One of them is within your system, within your supply chain. And this can help a business, not just kind of dive straight in and say, okay, we need to get some workers' voice. You can't have the voice separated from the body and just have some kind of quotes appearing in a report, which is removed from their context. And applying the system lens can help you, define like, who are your stakeholders, identify your stakeholders, and you have stakeholder mapping, which is a very common activity that a consultant may do, and that may even be just a desk review in the beginning. And I think that's also fine, because you really shouldn't be rushing this process and just trying to try and tick a box and say, okay, we've consulted these workers, let's move on to the next action. Like, actually identify, okay, who are your stakeholders? And they're not necessarily just rights holders. So as Walter was saying, so a lot of our clients are also, big M&Es, big brands who then contract us to work with their immediate suppliers. So their suppliers are also stakeholders, but you need to then, categorize these different stakeholders. You have the rights holders and the duty bearers. And you have to understand, what systems are these different stakeholders operating in? And especially with regards to the rights holders, how are those systems, supporting them or failing them? And then you need to focus on, strengthening those systems and, figuring out how can you have, where does meaningful stakeholder engagement fit within that? So I think they need to be very clear on, what is the purpose? Like, why are you actually engaging in this? Obviously, if they're coming to us just because it's on a list of things they need to do, they're already, then no amount of consultancy will help you if you're doing it from the very wrong intention. So the intention behind stakeholder engagement, we can talk about whether it's achieving accountability or readdressing power imbalances, but really you're trying to understand a group of people whose voices have not been heard before, and you want to understand that group in their context, the different perspectives and experiences that kind of shape their world. You need to approach with this kind of open mind. And then you need to have, a targeted intention with that as well. So are you trying to understand the impact of your business on this particular group? And if you're a large international brand with, dozens and dozens of suppliers all over the world, with thousands of workers across the supply chains, you need to prioritize where are you going to focus your efforts, where are you going to have meaningful stakeholder engagement, because you can't achieve it through obviously endless surveys or audits, and as I say, just having workers' quotes removed from their context. So you need to really understand those groups, on a much deeper level. So whether it's look at the impact that you're having, whether you're trying to mitigate that impact or remediate that impact, and then work step by step, and approaching them with that idea in your mind of we're just simply trying to understand this group, and then we're trying to understand what is our impact and which systems are in place which aren't functioning correctly, or which of those systems are we responsible for in our supply chain, whether it is the tier one suppliers, whether it's local government or national governments or civil society. And I think so if we talk about stakeholder engagement should be kind of baked into the HRDD process overall. It should always be kind of informing different activities. And if you think about, very specific activities, so if it's, for example, establishing or looking at the effectiveness of a grievance mechanism, because that's obviously one channel which you get some form of engagement, you get some form of dialogue, and you want to understand, how do we get this group to access this grievance mechanism, what barriers exist? But it might not just be about the barriers. You need to understand, the local culture about what are the impacts of why does this group not access a grievance mechanism? Is it better to maybe have something like social dialogue, like a more kind of open system that is proactive rather than having something like, a hotline or a suggestion box? Because these are often things you see in an audit where they'll say, okay, do they have a grievance mechanism? And it's just, okay, we have a hotline posted somewhere, but nobody's accessing it. And you want to understand, why is this group of workers not accessing this? But there's a lot that you need to understand about the context that they operate in. So there's a lot of legwork to do before you kind of jump to that stage. And I think finally is, businesses can often underestimate what it takes to achieve meaningful stakeholder engagement. So as I say, it can't just be, a survey, but you want to understand a large group of workers. And, for example, we've had a contract where it was to interview 200 workers and to understand, what are their impacts. And we went for, in-depth one-on-one interviews. And this is a very, big kind of social research project that you might usually have a university undertaking or an NGO, and lots of people with expertise in social research. And a business may come, as I say, these departments have very small budgets, and they'll say, okay, can we have a project interviewing these workers? And they're probably thinking, oh, we can just do a survey in a couple of days. We'll say, no, if you want to do meaningful research to really get in-depth qualitative data and allow, the space for trust to build and have a meaningful discussion, then it needs to be in-depth one-on-one interviews, which it takes a lot of time, planning, and above all, quite a significant budget. So the businesses, they really need to understand, what legwork goes into preparing for meaningful stakeholder engagement.
Sure. Thanks, James. And I'm just, picking up on the last point that you mentioned about also sort of underestimating how much work it is and, how much more that you need to do. But let me just, bring it back. Which are the departments that you actually engage with? Because, we often see engagements, these kind of engagements only come either through the compliance team or through the sustainability teams. But the fact is, when people who are sourcing, and I'm thinking of, people who are in your procurement team, when they go back and they're going to have to fix a price with the farmer for a certain thing, are those people who are actually also built into these conversations and brought into these conversations, because it's not just about restricting it to sustainability and compliance team, which is often where we see who even understands stakeholder engagement in a right way, right? But when you have engagement with these businesses, do you see that they're actually making a real effort to not just have these in siloed departments within the organizations, but also really be able to build their own capacities of their own of their own human resources to sort of see that why is it important, and do they bring them to these conversations?
It's a really good question. And so to answer that, so in Bode we work also with AIM Progress, and I don't know if anybody's heard of them, but they are a forum of fast-moving consumer goods companies that kind of work together on a joint commitment of responsible sourcing. And all the representatives, who take part in this forum, they are from the social sustainability departments. But there's been quite a few sessions aimed at, responsible purchasing practices, and bringing in those people into that conversation. I mean, this is often kind of at the very beginning of that process of even engaging them, and for them to kind of hear this terminology, as Walter was saying, a lot of this terminology is very new to them, and they're kind of being slowly sensitized to it. And I think you can see the reaction, when they learn about what impact it can have when they are putting purchase orders in, and we say, okay, the impact this has downstream, let's say in the garment sector. Okay, you put in this kind of significant purchase order for fast moving fashion, and look at the impacts this can have in a garment factory across a multitude of factors. And there's a learning process, and I think like Embode really approaches it as, we're looking at their organization as a system, and they need to strengthen those systems, which also means cross departmental dialogue. But it's a slow process, and we can also see a lot of frustration from those sustainability departments, where just getting those purchasing people in a meeting, having them being available, is a challenge in itself. And I think it's still a very slow process, and I think it's becoming more normalized. And I think those kind of associations like AIM Progress are doing a really good job, because they're making it kind of a more normalized conversation, and a more normalized participant to have those responsible sourcing people, part of those meetings. But it's still a long way to go, as I say, because you're trying to have a normative shift within that little system, and that itself is taking a long time.
No, thanks, James. And I'm sure, we'll have lots of questions follow up on there from, but let me, come to you, Ghislaine. And I'm particularly interested because, investors often rely on these reports, ESG metrics and company disclosures to assess engagement, right? In terms of, looking at all the acronym soup of our disclosures that we've just sort of talked about. But how do you really, as investors, assure and assess whether companies are engaging meaningfully with stakeholders, or it's just a checkbox exercise, and they're really filling the reporting requirements? How do you really assess that? Where do you find challenges? Where do you find gaps in getting that correct information, or the full information?
Yeah, that's a challenge, I would say. Just a quick note on Robeco. So Robeco is an asset manager, and we invest in listed companies. So imagine what Walter was saying, and James as well. For large companies, it's difficult to know what is happening on the ground. For an investor, as us, we are even further away. So it is, that is a challenge to hear what is really happening on the ground. So we have to engage with our companies that we invest in on stakeholder engagement, how they approach it, exactly what James and Walter were explaining. Maybe also good to mention that, so we engage with our companies that we invest in, or we do that on behalf of our clients. Those are banks and insurance companies, and we do that engagement with our research specialists, SI research specialists, but also with the investment teams. Because I think that is important to mention, but to have that internal stakeholders also have them also included in the engagement with companies on these type of topics. So, of course, we depend a lot on disclosures, but with active engagement, stakeholder engagement is almost always one of the engagement objectives that we have in our engagement programs. So normally we have we have up to 5 engagement objectives. We use international standards and frameworks that give us guidance, of course, in assessing stakeholder engagement and approaches. So that's the UN Guiding Principles, the OECD guidelines, but also sector-specific guidance. For example, from the RSPO, who has defined as well what stakeholder engagement should look like, but also for the mining sector, for example. And then we speak with companies. We want to see that there is board oversight on sustainability, including stakeholder engagement. We look if there are KPIs related to this topic. Engagement should be proactive stakeholder engagement. It should be transparent and participatory. There should be indeed a two-way dialogue. It should be an ongoing dialogue. So these are all topics that we discuss. Of course, grievance mechanisms is something that we want to, well, we require, but also then that the company is reporting on the filed grievances, what did they do, remedial actions, etc. So one red flag, of course, is if the grievances are very low, the amount. And we really prefer companies that they do the stakeholder engagement themselves. We see, of course, that they use consultants, but they should also be themselves involved. They should explain to us, what did you do with the stakeholder feedback? How did it impact your policies, your operational management approaches, and etc. But coming back to the fact that we are so far from away from what is happening on the ground, it's for us very important to engage with NGOs, with trade unions, like in conferences like this, get connections. For example, I spoke with Robbie as well. I would like to organize a session on one of the, in the just transition engagement, for example, we require engagement with Indigenous people. FPIC should be respected, but what does this really mean? And what is the, I think an engagement with an NGO that is focusing on this with our investment teams could give them more information of, okay, what does this mean in practice? And what are the examples that there were issues and how were they solved, and how can we include stakeholders at an early stage? So that is one area to get more information, and of course, indeed, collaborative investment initiatives, because these initiatives have often a broad network with stakeholder organizations as well. So that's our approach.
Sure. Thanks, Ghislaine. I think one of the key issues that you brought up, and I want to pick here, is on the board engagement. And I think, there's of course the guidance from World Economic Forum, the role of boards, and really guidance in terms of boards to engage with affected stakeholders. There's been a lot more focus in the recent years, and we've seen a lot of advocacy for boards to engage with stakeholders. But do you think they actually ever go and meet stakeholders on the ground, or is it like, the boards, in your experience, do you see boards really engaging with affected stakeholders, or is it still the proxies, meet with two civil society organizations and then have done the stakeholder engagement as a board member? Because I think what we're also seeing more and more is that, the boards are becoming diverse, and you have, especially board members who are focusing on sustainability, at least those board members. Do you see them actually going to the field, ever meeting with the affected communities at all, or is it still too far-fetched?
I think that is incidental, and when that happens, I think is mainly if there's an incident, if there's a big controversy like what we saw with Rio Tinto a couple of years ago, where also investors actually then required that there was a change in CEO and in senior management. And then, of course, and also required that, requested as well that there would be a structural engagement with the local communities, etc. So then, I think, then you see a change in the board commitment and also board involvement. I think on climate we see a lot more developments on that there are, for example, climate experts appointed in the board. On social, I have not seen that yet, but investors can also file shareholder resolutions, for example, requesting somebody with human rights expertise to be appointed in the board. We have done that on climate a couple of times, but this is something that we could do as well on human rights. What we see from the engagement with companies on human rights is it's not so much on board level, but I think James also mentioned it. We see more and more companies having human rights experts within their company, senior human rights experts, and building also their teams. Dedicated teams to work on human rights and stakeholder engagement. We see that especially in Europe. For example, in Germany, you see companies that have that. So I think that that is a great development, but we have to see it more.
Sure. No, thanks, Kelaine. And actually, with that, let's move on to the second round of questions. But before we get into the second round of questions, let's take a moment also here to sort of shift the table here and the conversation that we are having here. We've been talking about rights, we've been talking about rights holders, but let's also try to hear from one. So please welcome Robbie Halep, who's going to join us here at the panel. Robbie is the coordinator from Rights Energy Partnership with Indigenous People. Robbie, if you could please join us here.
If you will allow me, just to make that message that rights holders are still not at the table in decision making. We keep it at that. Just to put that message across. But the discussions that were earlier discussed are indeed thought-provoking, and the question is there really trust? Because from our end, from Indigenous peoples, it stems from the non-recognition of our rights and non-recognition of us as Indigenous peoples with collective rights. And that sets the framework of how investments, how businesses are also being welcomed in our countries. That sets those regulatory frameworks that defines how businesses should act in states at the country level. So in terms of engaging with businesses, frameworks that are set in place are more looking at environmental impact assessment, but not social impact assessment. It's only looking at these physical impacts, but not looking at how rights holders are being impacted, and more importantly for Indigenous peoples, how our identity, our continuity as peoples is also being impacted. Now, there was a discussion yesterday on the distrust is coming from, stemming from previous experiences, and that's quite true for many Indigenous communities who've been host to these large projects, and the engagement that was only done with them was mainly not talking about the project, but baiting them with economic opportunities, employment, scholarship, establishment of clinics and all that, but not really talking about the project, how it will impact their community, the displacements that would happen, and the impacts on the livelihood. Agreements that are made with the community, between the company and community, most often are not followed through. The community doesn't even have a copy of those agreements that are being made with companies when they give their consent for the project to continue. So in terms of holding companies accountable to these agreements, they don't have anything to hold to, because even those simple documents that needs to be given to communities are not provided. And it also, the distrust also stems from not being heard, no? The issues that the communities are raising in terms of impacts, continuing impacts of the project, the rehabilitation that's needed, these are not being heard. And then a new company comes in, continues the operation. It's a new engagement, again, new trust building with the community. And the point on it's all aimed at profit making. I do agree with that, because having spoke to a number of business entities, no, these voluntary measures that are currently being adopted by companies to really measure their impacts is more of a realization on if they don't engage with rights holders, it would have an impact to the profit, to the consumers, and even to the investors. No, but again, it's not being done right. It's still a continuing checklist, procedural exercises for many corporate entities. It's more of a, how they call that, greenwashing exercise, where you have this verification, auditors who does this checklist for you, but on the ground, the situation is worsening. And I think the other point that I'd like to make out, again, going back to state obligation, is the increasing authoritarianism and also the shrinking democratic spaces for engagement, even if we want to really meaningfully engage with businesses. The risk of reprisal, the risk of harassment, the risk of killing is so high for many Indigenous peoples and human rights defenders that you don't have that safe space to really have that meaningful engagement. The last challenge that I'd like to point out also is the proliferation of these consultancy firms, community development firms that are being contracted out by companies, and I'm not hitting on you. No, but In
Not
one
targeting you,
specific
not you,
case,
not you yet.
this is a mining project. This community has been consistently saying no to the mining project because they know that it would have, having learned from the experience of their neighboring community, the impact is so grave. So they've been consistently saying no. The company has been deploying so many tactics until finally what they did was divide and rule. Divide the acquisition of consent to areas, so they clustered the areas, and then took in a community consultancy, a community development consultancy firm to start the engagement with the community, but not to tell them about the project. It's again to know what are your needs and priorities. Then the company came in and then used that information to bait the community to say yes to the project. That's not the way it goes. No, that's not the way it goes. It's not meaningful engagement, and it's not rights-respecting engagement. What we call for is that we are not clustered as stakeholder. What we call for is that you engage with us because you recognize that our rights will be impacted. And we start with that. No, we start with that. We're not just simply stakeholder in the projects that you're implementing.
Sure. No, thanks, Robbie. And I think, again, raising some of the critical questions and really to sort of reflect back on some of the issues that were raised here earlier in terms of, how do we also, I mean, we hear all of these challenges, and I think particularly the, issues around risks and security of defenders. And I think in the region, there has been an increase in the number of cases, attacks against defenders in the recent times, and particularly sort of in the context of business-related human rights and environmental abuses. But if we really, I think let's take this conversation and let's take the stage in terms of, so how do we do it better? Because I think what we're hearing is there are all of these challenges. We heard some of the challenges here from businesses, of course, we heard challenges, that you are mentioning here. We also heard a lot of challenges and issues and problems yesterday. But again, I know that, you're not representative of all the rights holders here, and I do understand that, we would love to hear more, and we would love to have more and more rights holders into the conversation of decision making and not doing a checkbox exercise with sort of, bringing in one. But if you really think, but if you could advise, if you were to advise businesses and really think of practical, actionable key steps and try and break it down, instead of looking at how can businesses really shift their engagement approaches. You did mention about, how they're starting, and it's not the right way to do this, but how do they really shift their engagement approaches to ensure that there's a genuine inclusion of Indigenous voices, and that it's not just the input, what we mentioned earlier, but, also to sort of really to be able to shape the decisions. How can businesses really do this? What are some of the steps that you would want? James comes to tomorrow as as this consultancy firm, but or one of us businesses go to you and seek your advice. How do we do this the right way? So what's the right way, if you have any guidance on that? Just a very simple question.
Yes. In our engagements, because we've been supporting some corporate processes in developing their performance standards, particularly on Indigenous peoples, what we've been calling for is one, go beyond the legal framework that's in place at the country level and look at international human rights standards when doing when setting standards for the company operating in different countries. Because we know that, as I mentioned earlier, there's a general lack of non-recognition of Indigenous people's rights in the region. So go beyond what states are recognizing and look at international human rights standards and make sure that company policies and standards are aligned to that. The second point is also, like what's mentioned yesterday, capacity building is not one way, it's two ways. It's both internal within the company, but also within the community. It's important that in the company, you really know who you're engaging with. Because a concrete example that I'd like to give in line with this transition to renewable energy is now the increasing threats to Indigenous peoples in voluntary isolation or in initial contact. This has a separate set of protocols that you need to look at when when facing projects that will have an impact to Indigenous peoples in voluntary isolation. And this is the case in a nickel mining in Indonesia, where the mining is right smack in the middle of where these Indigenous peoples in voluntary isolation are, and it's threatening their existence and their continuity. And our call there is there are no-go zones for Indigenous peoples, and one of the no-go zones that we could recommend is in areas where Indigenous peoples in voluntary isolation are located, where it's identified that they are there. It's identified that that's their route in relation to their way of life. All, how they call that, all engagement should be ceased and there shouldn't be any contact, because any simple contact with Indigenous peoples in voluntary isolation will be a big threat to them and to their community, because it exposes them to unnecessary risks to their health and also to their lifeways. The other one is also knowing that free, prior, and informed consent is not equated to yes from Indigenous peoples. It could also mean no. And we need companies to also respect our right to say no, no? In line with the recognition that we do know that this project will have an impact to our territories, and we owe it to the future generations to keep our territories intact, no? Are we going to pass on an ancestral domain that is already so destroyed that there's nothing left there for the next generation to stay on? And the other one is we should minimize using Indigenous peoples for, how would you call that? Not advertisement, but promotions, no? The support that's being given to Indigenous communities. I do appreciate one response from mining company. This was on the landslide that happened in Papua New Guinea, where there's that indirect impact of the operations of the mines to the landslide that occurred. And when we raised that issue to them, silently, without any media announcement and all that, they supported the Indigenous community to be able to declare that landslide area as a burial site, because Indigenous peoples in that area will not be able to move out unless they do the ritual to declare that as a burial site. So silently, without any fanfare, the company responded to those concerns from the community. And that's the kind of engagement, no, that we would want with companies: respectful, continuous, meaningful engagement. And you have a line there where Indigenous peoples can directly raise their concerns and know that it's a safe space, because we wouldn't want also that our concerns would put us at risk in terms of our safety and security as Indigenous peoples' human rights defenders. And lastly, engagement with Indigenous people should be collective, not at the individual level, not at just with our traditional governance, but you need to make sure that the engagement is also voices of women, youth, persons with disabilities, other marginalized sectors within the community are heard. No, it could be through focus group discussions, but also collective discussion with the community.
Sure, no, thanks, Robbie. And I think, again, lots of messages here, but what I'm really taking, one of the key messages here is that you have the right to say no. And, just because we are conducting and we are sharing information, which obviously what you mentioned initially is, there's very little information, actual information about projects and about the impacts that's being shared, but also to ensure that, once you have the free, prior, and informed consent doesn't always result in a yes. It could result in a no. And just to kind of respecting that the communities have a right to refuse, right to decline. But then how do you then sort of, go from there, and how do you work within those spaces? Do you continue to engage with communities and try to build trust over a period of time? Or I think what you are here saying is also if there's a no-go, if that's what the communities want, then don't try to work around in different ways. So I think lots of messages here. We do have about 20 minutes, so I know that we have a second round of questions for all the panelists here. But I think maybe if we could take a few questions from the floor before we come back to the final sets of questions for the speakers. So if you have any questions, please raise your hand. Introduce yourself. Please be brief so that we can take a couple of questions at the same time. Introduce yourself, and if you could ask your question, and if you have a question to a specific panelist, please let us know. Okay, let's see the raise of hands. There's one here, there are three there, and that's one here. Maybe we'll start with one here. We'll take one from the center. We'll come back to you in the second round, and here. Sir, if you could please, yes, you could start.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for panel discussion. I'm Kosa from Cambodia. I'm working for the non-government organization. It feels that since yesterday I joined it, a very significant and comprehensive information sharing among these stakeholders. And then today also I heard very important comments from our panelists. They mentioned about engagement. Back to this yesterday, we were talking about generally about disaster, about any part of the problem. But more deeply than this, our work, we work directly with the survivor of human trafficking, modern slavery, and it's a part of this because of migration, and the root cause of migration because of disaster. There is this very significant change in my country as well, because that not only indigenous people, but some marginalized group, they are the part of modern slavery right now. So back to this, it seems that in my slogan here, we say that our vulnerable community, they cannot go anywhere. They go into the water, crocodile. They go into the forest, tiger. Out of the city, a lot of the issue happen to their life. So they have no way to go right now, because that they're facing all the challenging, they're facing all risks. The most important right now, NGO is the part of working for giving, supporting charities, while the private sector working for income. And the government, they are accountable for anything else for the communities. But how can we make sure that engagement are the part of as standard, like last panel discussion? Why we cannot looking about that here, one of common standard for every people into private sector to be applied with this standard, NGO apply with this standard, government apply this standard, so the last benefit to the community or vulnerable group. For example, child safeguarding. Is this one of standard from UNCRC?
Please shorten and just come to your question, and then we'll take a couple of more questions.
Yes, thank you. The question asked to all panelists that how can we apply this common standard for all stakeholders to be a part of this engagement? Second question, it relates to the last session you mentioned about the framework and monitoring from the part of stakeholder. How can we have our system can include all stakeholders to monitor together for any part of implementation or result of the responding to the need of the community or vulnerable the community? Only two questions from me. Thank you.
Sure, thank you very much. I think there was a hand here. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm the mining practitioner and from Mongolia in Baikama, and I would like to say that I have experienced in community engagements and sustainable development stakeholder engagements, and from my point of view, that building trust somehow we could build in terms of the meaningful stakeholder engagements. Meanwhile, the society itself is really dynamic, and in terms of the local communities, for example, in Mongolia, the Hoden communities really depend on the weather condition. If the weather is good, they will be really nice. If they get like storm, they will be very angry. So it's like social, we are talking about the social re-engineering when we talk about stakeholder engagements. Within this point, I really, last couple of years, I've been engaging in business and human rights projects and programs and conducting due diligences. And within that, I found out that the civil societies and international organizations such as UN and trade unions are all being leveraged between these stakeholders is really crucial for this point in time. On the other hand, when you talk about the business society itself, it's really shifting, creating value, not only it previous time the society aiming to build value only to their shareholders. Now transition to build broader stakeholders together with the stakeholder contributions, build the value in order to, of course, combat the climate change. So within this context, I would like to ask the Klein, what will be investors' input supporting this civil society or leveraging bodies to get building trust and building a very strong stakeholder engagement framework of the business communities. It's really important to get keeping help of the business ecosystem within the supply chain and within the communities.
Sure.
That's
Thank you
it.
very much. I think,
Thank
Elaine,
you.
that's a question directly for you, but we'll hear if anybody else wants to answer. I think there was a hand raised here.
I'll try to be short. My name is Miguel Proença. I work with UNFPA. I will start with a word of appreciation for our priest and for mentioning that women are not an homogeneous group, and I think that's something definitely worth discussing under a human rights lens, especially when we talk about gender equality and equity. My question is around, Arpreet was talking about actions. My question is around incentives. We are addressing the trust deficit. Are we creating the right incentives for the private sector to engage more in human rights? And one panelist also mentioned profit. There's also obviously an issue with profit from human rights advocates. And my question is, will a company, a private sector company, ever be able to fully satisfy the human rights community? And one question for the investor.
You're now taking advantage of having the mic.
And will that company ever be interesting for an investor?
All right.
Thank
I think
you.
we've, instead of actually 3, we now have 8 questions to answer. So let's try to be brief here. I don't know, Ghislaine, there were 2 questions to you. And if you could just be brief, and we'll try to have another round of questions.
Maybe I start with that question. So we have various sustainable investing strategies that are specifically focusing on companies that are, for example, contributed to specific SDGs, etc. So indeed, those companies would be included specifically in these investment strategies. So we have those strategies on top of regular strategies. If I understand the question correct from the lady from Mongolia, how to build a more, how to improve industry business approaches towards stakeholder engagement. So we, as an investor, we can engage, but of course, if we do collaborative engagement, we are much stronger. So there are various initiatives. Climate Action 100 is, for example, an initiative that engages with the mining industry, where stakeholder engagement is specifically one of the indicators that we engage on. So I think that is an avenue, but also contributing to policy developments, specific guidance, industry guidance, where we can provide input from an investor perspective on this specific topic on stakeholder engagement.
Thanks. James and Walter, if you want to add to both the questions that were being raised. You want to start? Whichever, but if you want to maybe try and respond to the one, the gentleman here.
So I think there were kind of 2 questions there. There was one about having engagement as a standard, or having a standard approach to engagement from NGOs, government, business. So they all have a different kind of approach and how to, I guess, have like a common standard for them. So, I mean, not to kind of like sell the value of consultants again, but I think one of the values that, we can bring in this kind of space is translating the different frameworks from one group to another. So, each of these groups are obviously speaking very different languages. And I mean, the benefit of like, say, Embode, for example, everyone at Embode has a background in human rights. Like say, I come from an NGO background. And, we can help translate, for that business. So the business who's very far removed from the context of where the rights holder is, we're able to translate, these high-level human rights concepts into something that is, meaningful and practical at the kind of stakeholder level. Let's say we're talking about like a supply chain business. So for them, what does it mean when we say this, tier one supplier has to have a standard that is aligned with an international standard? And it doesn't always help for us to approach them first with those frameworks, because it's something that translates on a day-to-day basis into, the HR processes. And we can see that often, because it's something that's usually kind of imposed on them, in the contract with their brand, and the brand will say, okay, you need to follow this code of conduct we have. And then we can look at the code of conduct or the operating procedure of that business and see they've just copied and pasted. But the staff don't really know what this actually means. They don't know the reasons behind it. And it kind of goes back to the point of intention. And, when Robbie was saying about if the intention is wrong, is saying about the consultant firms coming in and they're trying to sell a project or coerce a community around, then obviously it's wrong from the very beginning. So I think it's, you having an intermediary who can see through those different layers. And, in Bode, we have like a roster of like national associates who are based in those countries. So it's not just, like me I'm from the UK originally. I don't, fly into another country and kind of explain to these stakeholders. We have someone from that country who can translate these concepts, who's from that background, to a supply chain business, and then also do the same in reverse. We can translate data and engagement, and data we've, been able to get from those engagements back up to the business and help them transform into, a concrete action, which is usually the hardest part. When you have a lot of this data and input from a community, and within Bode, we're usually talking about labor rights. We haven't touched on land rights, so don't worry, we won't be getting involved in that, or maybe we should. So, a business can usually be overwhelmed by the data they have. And yeah, you've got these groups that aren't homogenous. And what do you then do with that? It's often helpful to have an external view to translate that back into something. But obviously, we have our part to play in ensuring that we're, independent and non-biased, because we're obviously then, condensing that data, and, possibly things are being missed out. I'll stop there.
Sorry, can I just actually add on that? And I think, when we look at these standards and when we look at these frameworks, I mean, to me, I think all of these standards and frameworks are the baseline. But eventually, you do need to understand and contextualize, because again, I think we have to still sort of bring it back that, any of the stakeholder, any of the countries, I mean, it's impossible to implement exactly same process in many different contexts all the same time. And I think that's where one of the key challenges is. Sometimes we try to standardize too much. And I think that's where you lose the importance of, looking at, again, who your stakeholders are and, who your rights holders are, in what context, in what kind of a policy and regulatory environment are the businesses operating, what are the kind of relationships that businesses have. So I think as much as I think standardization works, I think to me it's also about, how do you adapt to the contextual ground realities as well. Walter, do you want to respond to any of the questions raised?
Sure, I
about
probably, yes.
7 minutes left.
Sure, so mainly I will touch the question the gentleman asking about incentive, because I'm probably in a better position from the private sector to talk about. I do agree that there is a fact we maybe ignore, that what you, as a, like, say, community, what you see, and it's different from what a company is seeing. Because we are seeing two different things. The mindset is different, because that's the fundamental things we need to handle for that. Because as CEO, as a corporate ESG manager, whatever call that, how they perceive the human rights will bring a benefit to the business. I guess that's the question we need to be sorted out at the first step. And also, how can we ensure the community or NGO, how they can position themselves to see, okay, this is my friend, or this is not my enemy, because a lot of perception from the CEO or the corporate thinking about, okay, they are making the trouble for our life. So I think that's the fundamental, the first thing we need to sort it out. But come to how can we resolve the problem? Because we are not only talking about the problem, but how to handle for it. I think from my personal view, I think there are two things we can talk about. Can we try to talk about if you don't engage with the community and your stakeholder, what is your financial loss could be? So try to put these things into something financial implication, which the CEO as a profit-making company, they always talk about the money, the EBITDA, the ROI. So how can you have a business case to telling the language the CEO, the procurement people can understand? I think that's the way you can do that. And the second thing is more about something around, you might do one or two small project to have more meaningful engagement with community, because you cannot roll it out to all the stakeholders. So you do one or two like pilot projects, they die to see how they work, and you provide opportunity to really talk to the community. It's a kind of like a little bit like a dating. You cannot get to know someone and then you marry in the second day, right? So you spend maybe 1 week, maybe 1 month to go to the cinema, to have something to drink, to let us know each other better. Then you can crack on for the next step. I guess the easy way we can, checkle for the situation. So I will pause for now, just caution the time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure somebody's thinking of a dating app idea now for this particular engagement as well, but let's see here. But I think, again, some of the, these are again some of the steps that we're thinking about, how do we take it forward? I know that we only have about 5 minutes left, and there were quite a few hands raised. You don't get to ask Belinda a question. You can ask anyone. You have the entire panel, but maybe let's just, there was a hand raised here and here. If you can just, I'll actually cut you within 30 seconds. So be brief. I think this lady raised her hand before, and then you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Tina. I'm from Bosch. We are a multinational tier 1 supplier, and I'm also responsible for corporate communications in ASEAN. And I just maybe want to give the group something to reflect on, the opportunity to reflect. The first one is on the role of communications in stakeholder management. And we use multiple disciplines to tell our stakeholders what to think about rather than what to think. And for communications professionals, it's really a balancing act of trying to position the organization as commercially viable, yet socially aware. And we want to be able to create a louder share of voice for certain critical issues in order to move to policy discussions, right? And the second is on dialogue. The goal of stakeholder engagement is to be able to improve the status quo, to make continuous improvement second nature to the organization, whether that's for your internal stakeholders or external. It's good to open up opportunities for persuasive discussions between decision makers and affected individuals, but in saying that, it becomes now a responsibility to define what is fair versus what is reasonable. And in line with both communication work and stakeholder engagement, the outcomes of these persuasive discussions also need to be economically viable. Otherwise, we will be stuck in the dialogue stage and all of our efforts will be, for naught. Yeah.
Thank you for that reflection, sir, please.
Thank you for the stories and your wisdom. My name is Rakesh. I'm with Bureau Veritas. I wanted to ask a question to Mr. Lin and to the colleague who's representing the indigenous rights. Yeah? With regards to two concerns with stakeholder engagement, missing out on some stakeholders perhaps, and secondly, on the fatigue, where the same stakeholder has been approached by different businesses at different times. How about the topic of transparency of stakeholder engagement to audit standard setters, SEDEX, Amphori, and others? Do you foresee a possibility where all companies that go through an audit have to disclose transparently identified stakeholders? And when these stakeholders are not suppliers and employees, then summary of the stakeholder engagement that took place with the community. Well, there and the geography doesn't change. And if standard setters, let's say, cannot take that courage because of whatever political reasons, then how about indigenous communities? When the community goes through an engagement by a particular company, if there's some funding, make it out transparent. We were approached by this company, engaging on these aspects. This is what we publish. This is the third-party research available. Next time somebody comes, hey, have a look at this, and then let's talk about the rest, yeah? Thanks.
Thank you very much. You both have 30 seconds each.
We've actually just recently concluded our convening on looking at the certification verification schemes, taking in auditors to audit the social and environmental standards set in place by multi-stakeholder platforms of companies. And we do have critiques on that process, particularly on how audits are being done. But in that discussion also, Indigenous peoples have been putting out precisely the idea that you were saying, the respect and recognition of Indigenous peoples-led impact assessment in partnership with credible institutions. It's also the recognition that Indigenous peoples can conduct their own monitoring and reports, and for this to also be respected and looked at by companies. Just quickly on the incentives, if I could respond to that. Let's stop that mindset that we need to incentivize private sector for them to do their obligation to respect human rights. There's already a lot of incentives that are being provided to the private sector, no? And I think let's look at it from the line of their obligation to respect human rights. They say engaging with Indigenous peoples, with rights holders is time-consuming and expensive, but on the other end, like what he was saying, it would have an impact not only to the profit, but also to investors, no, in terms of the risk that it provides to the company. And there's a study by Oxfam actually on this one, on how if you're not engaging correctly with communities, this is the cost that the company would take on. And we would not be in this planetary crisis that we are in now if things were done right at the onset, if it was not driven by profit, but rather sustainability.
Thanks, Robin. In fact, we didn't get to talk about the impacts and the dependencies, but perhaps for another session, Walter.
So to answer your question, I think ideally I understand from your point, you are from the certified body, right? So it would be nice in the future, maybe there is some standards or framework to ensure there is a quite clear frameworks or how to say standards. We can ensure the transparency of the stakeholder engagement can be met. But my personal, I would say, still about your dating story, you can put some best practice guidance to tell how the men need to dating with girl, but it's more about your interpersonal story. Because I don't want that stakeholder engagement to be something like tick the box. Because if you change into the standard, that's fine. That is the good thing. But the side effect is about if you want to come to a format or tick box, that could be a kind of like a homework. It's more about how can you personalize your engagement with the community, because there is different like material topics, different sectors you need to touch on. It's more about story to bring the stakeholder into your table to be part of your family community rather than to say this is standard. So there is a pro and con. And I think we will let everyone to think about what's the best way we need to moving forward on that.
We could probably even have like a full forum or full conference just focused on how do we actually do this better. And I know that I have to close the session. Belinda, I'm going to give you 15 seconds for your question. But we're not sure if you're going to be able to answer that.
Okay, it'll be a 15-second question and a plug. I will say that one of the things that is very, very tricky is, as we said, there are social experts that are working within companies, climate experts, there are lots of experts that are engaged, and the regulatory frameworks for all of these things keep changing. So just a question. How does a company practically, I know we've heard lots of examples, but let's say I'm a medium-sized company, I'm not a multinational, where do I begin? And I think I know there may not be any answers to these questions. There will be trainings from 11 o'clock, so please do attend those.
I did not realize this
in
was a
meeting
pitch.
room A and G. I changed it to a pitch because
But
I only
thank
have
you.
15
But I
seconds.
think what you're raising is a really important question in terms of, where do we start and how do we start? And I think we'll take it from there. But maybe let's start by, sort of really turning the tables. And we're just going to close with this another quick Mentimeter, and we would love to hear from you. If you were to redefine the table, what would be one one fundamental shift. So I think, Belinda, what you're also saying is, where do we start? What's that one fundamental shift that we need to take, that needs to take place? And while we have our audience here responding to these questions here on the Mentimeter, I don't know if my panelist wants to go ahead and say, what's that one fundamental shift that you would want to make from your perspective?
Well, I think we talked a lot about risk management, I would say, but there are a lot of opportunities as well. So for us as an investor, we could develop a sustainable investment strategy focusing more on specific rights holders, and also ask them to give feedback on that strategy or feedback on that engagement. So be more involved in our investment decision process.
And also the designing process. So
And the
not just
designing
like,
process,
have a
yes.
strategy and say, this is how we're going to do it, but really use and work with them and use their knowledge and wisdom to inform how do you design this strategy. Walter.
I think my takeaway probably to think about, we should have mechanisms which to enable the private sectors to really talking to the community, to really understanding who you are and your expectations, i.e. from the private sector, they are looking for the profit driven, but community looking for the value driven. So how can you to balancing that, to put the thing in the table? So is there any kinds of the volumes like working papers or mechanism we can create? I think this is a question mark for me, and I think this will be a fundamental to, overcome the gap. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I kind of go back to what I was saying at the beginning about having a system strengthening approach. And I think like one example, and we had a project related to this, was looking at child labor in cocoa in Indonesia. And, one company was asking us, oh, what should we be doing on this now? And really we were kind of saying, focus on West Africa, actually, because that's where the problem is still really persistent. In Indonesia now, I think it's like 98% universal enrollment in education. Like when we were speaking to stakeholders who were NGOs and groups on the ground, and when we did consultation with children who were in cocoa farming communities, they weren't really involved. It wasn't something that could be defined as child labor anymore. They were all going to school. And it's like, why was this happening? This wasn't necessarily because of business action. This was because those systems have been strengthened for, universal access to education. So it's not just, the business, again, doesn't exist alone in a vacuum and doesn't have to take action just by itself. It has to kind of take a step back and look at the system overall. Where does the business responsibility begin and end? Where does it begin with another system, with the local government? And, try and not solve everything yourself, basically. Recognize your role within that system.
Sure, thank you very much. And I see lots of responses coming in here, some very interesting. But again, I think, thank you very much. Thank you for sharing your wisdom, for sharing your experiences. I think, Robbie, you have the last word.
From indigenous peoples, if we were to redefine the table, we need to shift our concept of development from a very top-down, profit-driven and extractivist approach to putting people and planet at the center. And that means also putting indigenous peoples in decision-making and supporting indigenous peoples-led initiatives, the same with other rights holders whose rights are currently heavily impacted by project activities, and corporate accountability.
Thank you very much. So we do have some tips and some practical guidance on how do we do this. Thank you again for this conversation. I think that's a tea break, but also there are some trainings happening. Belinda, do you want to make an announcement on the trainings? I don't remember the rooms now. But I think there are 3 trainings taking place. So if you could please just do that.
So there are trainings on, I think, net zero, BHR and net zero in meeting room A, business and human rights and biodiversity in meeting room G, and we'll see you, and coffee is out in the break. Okay. The people are saying something to me and I cannot hear. So maybe Amy, come to your nearest mic.
For those not attending the trainings, there is a session on youth in this room after the tea break.
Yeah. Great, thank you very much. Clearly, all the team really needs some coffee. So thank you, everyone, and we look forward to continuing this conversation. Thank you.
Right? Check.
Right.
That's. We're gonna start directly. We're gonna start directly. I'll make an announcement. Okay, hello everyone. I hope everyone have already gotten some drinks, some food from outside. We know it's been a long past few days. We'll try to make this as fun and interactive as possible because this is a youth session anyway. But let's just give it around another 2 to 3 minutes to wait for everyone to come in to this panel today. Okay, another 2 to 3 more minutes. Dan's like, how? No.
Can we all move in the front so that we can have a conversation much closer? All right, all the backbenchers, you got to move in the front seats. Take the front seats. We're giving you the front row.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know everybody just had their coffees, so everybody's super excited, ready for this very dynamic session, yes? No, okay. Alrighty, I like that. I like the energy. Please do come a little bit to the front if you can, so that we can, just build closer stakeholder engagement, as the conference suggests. So, hello again. It is my honor to introduce this very, very dynamic panel looking at sustainable business futures. So, what this conversation will be is an overview of how one stakeholder in particular has actually even changed the way that industry operates, right? So it's really trying to highlight the importance of stakeholder engagement. So whether you look at young people as consumers, as people whose right are going to live with the impacts of climate change and nature loss, are living with the impacts of climate change and nature loss, are looking at how do we build skills for the future, that has had a dynamic impact on industry, whether it is in the hospitality sector. We are now talking about renewables in large part due to youth movements across Asia, etc., etc., etc. I am no longer considered youth, as I'm told, in spite of what I feel in my heart, but I will hand over to the experts, and I mean that truly, to just go over how they are moving corporate policy, corporate practice towards more sustainable engagement. And with that, I would like to introduce co-moderators Shan Gom and Vidi Mago. Over to you.
All right. Test. Okay, can you guys hear me? Yes. Am I too loud or is this room too quiet? Right? So it's a very interesting panel today because through these past 2 days, you've been listening to a very, very serious topic. This is a serious topic as well, but because this is a youth session, we'll try to make it as inclusive as possible. Right? And we will have a Q&A sessions later on where any of you will be able to ask questions to all our panelists here today. And we understand that not everyone would have the courage to ask questions. So we also have a Slido for each and every one of you. Can we have the Slido QR code, please? Yes, so this is the Slido QR code. There's going to be 2 types of ways you can ask a question. First, you can just unmute your mic during the Q&A session to ask questions. The second one is you can submit your question through Slido. We can't promise to answer everyone's question, but we will try to pick the most interesting and the most relevant one to ask to our panelists today. And if any of your questions you need to address to any certain type of speakers, please do include it in the Slido as well. So like Belinda says, I'm here with my co-moderator, Vidi. And some of you might be asking, why are there 2 moderators, right? Why not only one? The answer is why not, right? It makes my life easier, it makes Vidi's life easier, so why not have 2 moderators in our session today? But just going through a brief housekeeping rules and whatnot, we try to make this as inclusive as possible and as respectable as possible. So if you have any questions later on, when you're typing in your questions at Slido, please do make sure for it to be respectable and for it to be in a way that actually engages the panelists. So we would actually have a more engaged full session today. And I'm just going to briefly introduce myself first. My name is Shan. I work at UNDP BRH as the Indigenous Youth Coordinator, primarily working in the intersections between Indigenous youths and climate action as well. And I'm joined here today by my very, very fabulous co-moderator, Vidi. Vidi?
Thanks, Sean, and thanks for setting the energy right for the session this morning. The discussions that we are going to have today are critical, urgent, and anything but passive. So I'm glad this session happened straight after a coffee break because we all got to get some sugar and coffee in our systems. But by means of introduction, I'm Vidhi Mago with the UNDP's Asia Pacific Business and Human Rights team based here in Bangkok. And I am absolutely thrilled and honored to moderate this discussion on sustainable business futures, youth-led rights action for corporate change, alongside my amazing colleague, Sean, of course. Now, we've got an incredible lineup of panelists today, people who are out there doing the work, leading the campaigns, setting the next generation businesses, as we will unpack shortly, pushing for policy shifts and proving that young voices are not just nice to have. They're absolutely rudimentary for any kind of change. But before we dive into this conversation, let's take a minute to set the tone. Let's look at the landscape we're looking at. Here's a number to sit with: 750 million. That's how many young people aged 15 to 24 are in the Asia-Pacific region alone. That's 60% of the world's youth population. Youth from our region not only plays a key role in the development of the cities and countries that they come from, but also crucially drive long-term human and economic development, not just in the corporate offices, but also across global supply chains, food production, new tech, and beyond. And also, by the way, Gen Z has officially overtaken millennials as the most populous generation on Earth. And the impact of their entry into the world stage is swift and it's profound. You feel it everywhere, don't you? In workplaces, in politics, in culture, in retail consumption. And before Shan says it, I'll go ahead and say it. All the raise, slay, goat lingo that you hear, by the way, yeah, that's all Gen Z. So what does this mean for businesses? It means young people are not waiting to be invited to the table. We're already in the room, as you can all see. So take Indonesia, for example. Youth advocacy has pushed corporations to reduce plastic waste. Take South Korea, for example. Young climate litigators are holding businesses accountable for emissions. And before I move on, Sean, I know you've got thoughts on this.
Yes, Vidhi. You know, when you mention all these examples, right, there, for me, it's not just a one-off win. It's already proof that youth-led action is going off, is taking charge, right? It's already changing the way that businesses operate. And when I think about youth-led action, I've always feel like it's something I'm always happy about, because been working in the CSO's past and whatnot, I've always seen my friends trying to push for youth on taking changes and whatnot, and seeing how it actually operationalized in businesses is just something personal to me as well. So that's actually what we're exploring today, how young people are taking action, influencing industries and driving responsible business practices from within and also from the outside, not only as consumers and the larger public, but also as corporate employees, policymakers, gig workers, and even young entrepreneurs. Right, Vidhi?
Right, Sean. So before I get into our distinguished panel's insights onto the topic, I'd like to get a quick pulse check of the room. By a show of hands, okay, everybody, how many of you identify as youth?
If you think you're young, if you think you look young, you can also put up your hand, okay?
Amazing. All right. Okay. That's very. No, we'll accept self-proclaimed, because we want the energy to be youthful always. Again, by a show of hands, for the second question, you do not need to identify or self-classify yourself into a generation or age group. But how many of you have seen firsthand how young people are pushing for corporate change, whether through advocacy, innovation, or, you know, just being a more socially conscious generation? We see it everywhere, yeah? Okay, great, awesome. All right, one final one, I promise. How many of you have seen a business change business change, like change their behavior, or tweak a little bit of its own practices because of youth activism. Maybe they've put in place a human rights policy, improved labor rights conditions, or maybe just made a commitment on sustainability, right? Okay, we see fewer hands, maybe lesser. And that's what we are here to unpack together today. Thank you so much for being such an amazing audience, by the way. The reality is, youth-led actions have already transformed industries. But it's time to take it further. The question is not whether young people have the power to drive corporate change. We know they do, right? We know they do. But the question is, how do we move the youth from applying pressure to businesses actually embracing it as a partnership, right? And doing it all together. So I heard a speaker say yesterday, data is power, but partnerships are synergies. So that's what we're getting at. We want youth to be perceived as partners. And to help us dive deeper into the conversation, I can't help but think about something a youth speaker said yesterday in the opening plenary. She said, "We are often spoken about, but rarely spoken with." Atira, I see you here with us today, part of the UNICEF's Young People's Action Team. You've engaged with over 2,000 young people across 11 countries. Based on your experiences, what have you observed as the role of youth in driving corporate change? And can you share any instances where youth-led action has been the tipping point for corporate accountability or just encourage transformation? Thank you, Atira.
Thank you. So, sawadika, selamat pagi, and good morning. So, I sit before you today as a 22-year-old Malaysian. I am a living testament to the fresh vigor and transformative potential as a youth. And today I bring a message not just of protest, but of profound systemic change and enduring peace. In an age where many corporate leaders have become so deeply embedded in established systems that they mirror, young people offer a vital disruptive counterbalance, and that is a perspective unclouded by tradition and fueled by the urgency of tomorrow. So for far too long, the corporate world has operated under structures and practices that over time blur the lines between progress and complacency. But when young people step forward, they do more than challenge the status quo. They illuminate it. We shine a light on the outdated paradigms that no longer serve society, compelling you to see that sustainability and human rights are not optional extras, but essential cornerstones of modern business. So, the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights make one thing abundantly clear. Every responsible actor must be held accountable for the negative impacts of their actions. So when corporations' policies and practice contribute to environmental degradation or social inequity, the cost is not simply measured in lost profits. It is counted in lives affected and futures compromised. And so youth activism then is a call to remedy these deep-seated harms and to forge a new path where business success is intrinsically linked with ethical stewardship. So we must marry what youth do best, which is advocacy, mobilization, and visionary thinking, with what you corporates do best, which is industry expertise, technical knowledge, and institutional power. So picture a corporate landscape where young people are not only heard, but are equal partners in shaping policies, steering innovation, and co-creating solutions. So businesses can achieve this in many ways, and one is institutionalizing children and youth consultations and governance through dedicated advisory bodies. And two, conducting focus group discussions and workshops to harness children and youth insight, which was an approach that I personally got to implement alongside UNICEF Malaysia back in last November and December to basically inform the updated NDCs nationwide in Malaysia. And so the role of youth in shaping society is not one of mere disruption, but of purposeful reconstruction, anchored in a philosophy of interconnectedness, justice, and peace. We are not just protesters. We are architects of a world where profit aligns with purpose, where innovation serves as a bridge to equity, and where progress is measured by collective well-being. Today, youth advocacy groups have played a huge role in democratizing knowledge by breaking down complex issues into accessible and relatable narratives. And these youth-led movements are dismantling barriers across issues as diverse as refugee rights, climate action, and mental health reform, translating complex policies into accessible stories that resonate across digital landscapes, such as Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, and ensuring that knowledge is not a privilege, but a catalyst for change. And so while our methods may come off as unconventional, they are rooted in truth, and that every voice holds power, and that true transformation is only possible when those most often sidelined, such as Indigenous youth, young migrants, young women and girls, and young people with disabilities are not just included, but center in shaping the future. So to you, the corporate leaders, I issue an earnest challenge. Do not allow the familiarity of the old ways to stifle the promise of the new. The youth are not merely participants in this change. We are catalysts, pushing beyond complacency to redefine corporate responsibility. And in my time as a youth advocate, I have been inspired by my peers who disrupt the norm and shatter the cynical notion that compassion is a weakness. And true leadership is not feigned indifference. It is the courage to uplift those beyond ourselves, to hold space for the most vulnerable, and to amplify their voices through every channel possible. And so the future of business and of society depends on our willingness to lead with heart.
Thanks so much for that incredibly powerful statement, Atira. May I stop here now? I've done a lot of speaking here already, and pass over this stage to Sean to introduce us to our panelists.
All right. By the way, thank you again, Atira, for that. As a fellow Malaysian, seeing the work that you do and the insights that you've given is really inspiring to me as well. But enough talking for the both of us. I think we've talked a lot, and I'm actually supposed to introduce the panelists, but because I talk a lot, I think the panelists should introduce themselves instead of me introducing them. So perhaps we have four very, very amazing panelists on this board today. I will now perhaps invite Amira. Would you want to introduce yourself?
Hello, everyone. My name is Amira Bilkis. I'm from Indonesia, but now I'm based in Australia. I'm a co-founder of a youth-led organizations that has been working as well so close with the UNS Cup Energy divisions here. And then we have more than 500 members across Southeast Asia, as well as we do have a partnerships across Asia Pacific, as well as a catalyst of the others as well. And last but not least is now I'm serving as a youth council member, serving and advising the Secretary Generals of IRENA, or International Renewable Energy Agencies. And I'm looking forward for the discussions as well with everyone and the panelists as well. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Amira. The next one that we have on our panel is Tomo.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tomo. I'm originally from Japan, but I've been living in Bali, Indonesia for the last 10 years. I think I'm youthful, but I don't think I'm part of the youth segment. I'm in my mid-40s, so a little bit older than the youth segment. I guess like many of you here, I wear many hats. The couple of hats that I wear is founder of a eco hotel in Ubud, Bali, called Mana. It's a sustainable place, restaurant, accommodation, and a shop. So perspective from a small business owner. I'm also a co-founder of a social enterprise called Earth Company. So we support social entrepreneurs through a program called Impact Heroes. So that's more on the civil society side. And then we also have a program called Impact Academy that runs sustainability programs for students as well as companies. So that is kind of connecting the corporate and I guess sustainability or civil society side. I'm also a father to 4 kids, so 11, 10, 6, and 4, so they represent Gen Alpha. So I'm a little bit familiar with the Gen Alpha lingo, but not fluent. So yeah, that's a little bit about me. Thank you for having me.
All right, thank you so much, Tomo. I think you're more well-versed in the Gen Alpha lingo than I am. Like when I scroll TikTok now, I still don't understand most of the words. Yeah, so now on the next one that we have on the panel is Rehan. Rehan, would you want to introduce yourself?
Thanks, Sean. Good morning, everyone. Great to be here. My name is Rayhan. I'm working for Greenpeace Southeast Asia as a regional campaign strategist, legal and political, based in Jakarta. Greenpeace Southeast Asia is based in Jakarta, Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, Manila, and Bangkok, Thailand. We work on three advocacy components, which are policy change, and the second one is change in the business sectors, and the third one is change in the public. So great to have this discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, happy to have you here, Rehan. And the last person on our panel today is Meenal.
Hello, everyone. My name is Meenal. I'm a lawyer and a researcher. Little worried to be called an expert. I don't think I am, but I've been working closely in the policy space with advocacy around democratizing conservation practices at the regional level in India and also at the global level by engaging with the Convention on Biological Diversity, also part of the Women's Caucus. And I am currently a research and policy associate at an organization called Women for Biodiversity. Again, advocating for democratizing and allowing women's voices, women and girls' voices to be heard in conservation spaces. So yeah, happy to be here.
Thank you so much, Meenal, for your introduction. And as you can see here, we have a vast variety of expertise. We have a business owner, a lawyer, and so on. So in order to just go towards our discussion, I'll just start the Q&A sessions now. So my first question is directed to Amira. Amira, could you reflect on the role of youth in energy transformation and perhaps share insights on where you see the entry points for changes in corporate behavior or accountability in the energy industry, where you have been involved with along with other young people? Over to you.
Thank you so much. One of the things that I think very important that we need to understand first is that young people that are actually part of the energy transformation sometimes actually left behind in a sense because how our world has been changing unprecedented, basically. And then there is a disconnect that we need to understand as well. What has been doing in the business as usual, for example, a lot of like fossil fuel industries, a lot of like now renewable energies that are emerging as well. We definitely need to actually understand the range of expertise, the generations before us. And because the demand, the forecast demand that we are actually seeing, it's gonna be different, then how do we actually be, as mentioned by Tira before, about an equal partnerships and intergenerational collaborations that will be very much important for us to actually change the way that we want to do in a corporate business. And I think I see the entry points, couple of things that I think should be highlighted. The first one, most of the time is about leadership directive. The highest level in the corporate world, we're like, oh yeah, we want to do this, we want to do that. But sometimes there is also an issue of like a power dynamics then. So a lot of things that brings me to my second point is about also the market and competitive forces that has been ongoing, because now, I would like to mention a couple of examples. For example, now in the UAE, a lot of energy companies are like working towards more sustainabilities. A lot of this were actually really working on getting the young people engaged, because they need to know what is the young people is actually doing, what is the education's readiness is actually happening, so that they would actually bring the most prominent potential candidates for them to actually enter the workforce of the new businesses of, merging the the economic growth, as well as trying to detach that to the emissions growth as well. And last but not least, I would say it's about what the young people has been involving with. Now, as I mentioned before, we are working closely with the UNESCAP energy divisions as well, because now we are trying to advise, and I think I see some of my fellow working groups as well in here. Basically, we are gathering the Asia-Pacific youth leaders to actually brainstorm with us about what is youth as a partners in achieving SDG 7 specifically, because we work in the energy space. And then how does it actually influence the businesses later on once these guidelines that we are making for policymakers is actually relevant to them. So I think it's all about how we make this as an opportunities of intergenerational collaborations. And second, without me saying, we've been saying it for the couple of panels, and I'm appreciated as well that this conference actually featuring young people at every panel lineup, is that we are here not to actually demanding you only, but this is because we are actually the biggest stakeholders of the consequences that you are going the consequences of what you are going to do or decide today as well. So I think it's important as well for us not only to be included, but also work along with us, because that's actually much more relevant. I'll actually have, I have a couple of examples, but I think I'll just pass it over now and then talk a little bit more after. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much, Amira. I like how you bring up the importance of intergenerational cooperation. Perhaps I ask you that in the next question that we have. I think it's more related towards this as well. And now, going from Amira, we're going towards Tomo. So Tomo, as a business owner and through your advisory work and engagement with other businesses, how have you observed Asian corporates, include youths in this discussion? Is the progress you have observed similar or perhaps different to Amira's?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I thought that was going to be asked last, but it's okay. I actually also found a name tag in my notebook that I brought from Bali, so you can remember my name better. In terms of as a business owner, I think the issue of youth is extremely important in so many ways, not just for the bottom line, but also about hiring, recruiting talent, and all these things. But I think the issue of youth is really, if we zoom out a little bit, it's really about how do we give voice to the voiceless, right? It's really, if we zoom out a bit, it's not about youth, it's all about vulnerable people, it's about marginalized people. And so I think when one company in Japan that I admire is called Euglena, and they're a biotech company, and they make kind of biofuel from microalgae. But they actually have a position called Chief Future Officer. And so it's part of their board structure, and it's represented by someone under 18. And that's actually their third, they've gone through 3 generations of these chief future officers. So I think having some sort of structure, especially at the board level, especially at the decision-making level, to incorporate the voice of those who are often voiceless or not given enough voice, I think is a really important part. And I think that's one way. Another way is to, if we, draw that comparison to the natural world, giving rights to mountains and rivers, and I think that's an increasing trend in a lot of the, I would say it in all over the world, in New Zealand, in the US, giving, and that's been a impetus to reverse decisions on dam creation and things like that. So giving, and I think I see all these kind of ways to give voice to the voiceless. The other thing that I found really cool last year when I attended a conference was actually to give plants a voice. So there are actually tools nowadays. If you look up Plants Wave, for example, it's actually giving notes to the electromagnetic signals that the plants actually produce within their plants and also in communication with other plants. And so we can actually hear plants. And so I think we have to create ways. In some ways, we're not the smartest species on this planet. And so we need to create ways in which we can actually connect with these different segments that we often neglect consciously or unconsciously. So I think that's a really important part.
Yeah, thank you so much, Tomo. Amira talked about intergenerational cooperation, the importance of it, and then you have Tomo coming in, mentioning how there are already corporates out there that is having some sort of like chief future officers, right? And chief future officers. Don't you think that's interesting, Vidi?
Yeah, it's quite interesting, and it's the first time that I've heard something like that. But while we're on the topic of structure and laws and policies, I'm looking at you, Minal. Sorry, Rehan. I see that you've worked at the intersection of law, policy, and activism, contributing to the shaping of environmental governance in Southeast Asia. Moving beyond compliance to proactive responsibility, from your experience, Rehan, what concrete steps can businesses take to strengthen legal protections of communities and young activists facing environmental and social harm?
Yeah, thanks, Vidi. I think before answering that question, I think we need to understand why is it indispensable to protect like the legal rights of activists and also including youth in this case. So when we talk about, we believe that to have sustainable business, there are needs of like two enabling conditions. One is, enabling policy, and then it should be enforced. And let's say the policy is there, and there is like sustainable company like Tomo does. They comply, they run a business, and they have, and also like they define the purpose of the business, not only profit, but also social and environmental change out there. And this will not be fair if the regulation is not well forced. From my experience, for instance, there is extended producer responsibility, if you ever heard about this policy, where some manufacturer corporate, they need to manage the plastic they produce. So if it's not well enforced, and then let's say one sustainable company will say that, oh, it's not well enforced, why should I apply this policy while other corporates, they don't follow the rules? And this is where I see like the roles of youth is really important to ensure like and activists to to ensure the implementation of this policy. So that's why it is important to protect the legal rights protection of youth and activists to enable the implementation of environmental policy.
Thank you so much for your insights, Rehan. I think that gives us a perfect transition. And this time I'm looking at you and speaking to you, Minal. You've spent a significant part of your career navigating policy spaces where corporate interests often might collide with the rights of local communities. From your experience, what are some of the key challenges that advocates like yourself face when raising human rights concerns in corporate and policy discussions? And how can youth-led advocacy shift from being seen as a force of resistance to a real driver of meaningful collaboration and partnerships?
So I think the challenges have already been spoken about by some of the indigenous activists that you see here. And I think one of the biggest challenge that we're facing, especially in Asia, is human rights and environmental defenders, right? And what's happening. I don't need to go into that. But it's a real concern. And the CBD has actually addressed it in the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Now, the point is, how do we get data on what is actually happening? And are nation states ready to give that kind of data, to monitor what is happening? So I think that is an overall challenge that you face. And it's more towards grassroots activists, young people who are defending their land and our environments and nature and biodiversity on the ground. So that's one of the biggest challenges that I see. The other is invisibility. And oftentimes the invisibility is also marked in spaces where you are participating, but you're not taken seriously, right? So it's a very tokenistic kind of tick mark kind of space that is created, which becomes a challenge. And the third, I think, is intersectionality. Who are the youth that are able to reach policy spaces and to actually influence policy? Because it could be people like me who have had the privilege to have a good education, to be able to speak in a language that everybody understands. And what we have seen in Asia is that not everybody is given that space. So it's very important for young people like us, where it is important to talk about in spaces where other kind of young people, women and girls, are not given an opportunity to bring up their voices, but also at the same time step back a little and allow young people who have not been given a chance to get into these spaces. It's very difficult. In the UN space, the most common, I think, challenge that we are facing to get girls and young people is funding. The ability to have a passport. So these are extremely real challenges that I think very few of us even bother to ask unless we are actually faced with this challenge that comes up, when we are trying to get in more young people. And in the CBD space, there is very little representation of Asian youth or Asian women and young girls. So that is something that we are trying to change, have more regional representation, allow these voices to be heard. These are some of the challenges. Having said that, how do we surpass these challenges? I think what you said about resistance is, I think, the first step towards really understanding what your rights are, what your human rights are. And although we've been hearing panelists talk about how this is a real issue, right? Like there are frameworks, there are disclosure frameworks that are talking about human rights and the need to disclose. But at the same time, what is the real monitoring that is happening? Where there is resistance, is there a way to actually bring people on the same platform? Are there grievance redressal mechanisms that don't necessarily have to reach courts, right? Can there be spaces where we talk to each other, which are more informal and which are more inclusive? How do we build that? So that is something that I think is needed, and not just tokenistic sort of spaces where people like us can come and speak about representation of the youth. So there is a need to build those spaces, and how do we as organizations or civil society groups with the means to do that, allow that sort of integration to happen, is something that needs to be talked about more.
Yeah, thank you so much, Minal. I was looking at Slidos, the question there, and actually one of the questions is actually very, very related to what you mentioned about tokenism, and perhaps I could direct the question directly to you now, because I was very curious of it as well. Because even in the work that we do, there's a lot of talks about tokenism, right? But in your experience working, how do we go far beyond tokenism when it comes to us engaging with youths in particular, whether it's in corporate, international organizations, and so on?
So I think one of the key challenges that we as civil society actors face is when there are research, documentation, or capacity building efforts that we are engaged in. And the key, like I said, the language aspect is something that we are so not focused on. Basic, just having translations or translators in place is something that is going to be really helpful for for the participation of marginalized people. Apart from that, I think there is a need for creating environments which are not very corporatized. So even, for example, spaces like these can exclude a lot of people immediately, right? So how do we make sure that there are, that events like these also happen at a level which are more inclusive, where people feel welcome to be able to say what they have to say. So I think these are really big challenges, and unless we start working towards it in a smaller way, we have tried to do that by ensuring that women and girls that we work with are able to say what they have to say directly. So if it comes to not being able to represent, then having smaller videos of them, or sharing those messages where it is important. In India, in a lot of remote spaces, WhatsApp works. So having voice notes from people on the ground to be able to take them to policy spaces and let people in positions who take decisions hear those voices. So these are, I think, some of the smaller steps. We don't need to think like very big things, but just basic stuff like translation, spaces. How do we get these voices in the policy making spheres, even if they can't be physically present? So I think these are some of the things that we could start looking at.
Yeah, I agree as well. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just like to add a brief point. I mean, I think the issue of tokenism, I think, is not just relevant for youth representation, but I think it's applicable to almost everything that we talk about in terms of sustainability, in terms of women, girls representation, Indigenous representation. Is really about not understanding why, right? If you don't understand why it's important to incorporate them, of course it's going to be tokenism, it's going to be a checklist thing, and there's going to be greenwashing, and maybe there'll be youth washing, there'll be whatever washing, right? And I think I think one is really understanding the why. Why is it important? And why, I think, on so many levels, right? Why for your business? Why as a human being do you care? Why as a parent? Why as whatever? And I think there's got to be intention, right? I think to me, that's a really key word, intention. Like, what is the intention behind this policy, this action, this whatever? If there's no intention, then it is going to be tokenism. So it is going to be a token. So I think it comes down to the why and the intention to me.
Right, thank you, Tomo, for adding in. I do agree that the intention there when engaging with all these marginalized groups particularly is very important for everyone. And I think that's a very nice segue towards the question that I will now proceed to Amira. So Amira, so we have discussed challenges and barriers that youth experience in previous forums, such as not being included, like Minal mentioned, or respected in policymaking, as well as in corporate leadership. So in your work that you have done, have you observed any trends within Asian corporates in increasing youth inclusion? In what ways are we making progress? And in what ways are we not, or perhaps even falling behind?
If it is an essay question, it would be like A, B, C, D. So bear with me when I'm addressing this question. I think Tomo has mentioned really a bit about understanding the why. And I think there are certain companies that I'm actually looking at the way that, oh, they actually realized what we've been talking about, this youth inclusion, youth engagement, and so forth. I see them at first hand. The first one is Desa Energi Berdikari, or a self-sufficient communities that are actually being promoted and initiated by Pertamina, one of the largest energy companies back home in Indonesia, where they are actually work together with a local youth organization, a Society of Renewable Energy, there to actually engage and teach the whole communities on how to actually be more self-sufficient when it comes to using micro hydros. They are using biogas, biodiesels that are coming basically from the region and from the areas, as well as they are being capacitated on how to actually maintain these self-sufficiencies when it comes to energy on that one. And second is the one that I see in Abu Dhabi. This is coming from Masdar, where they actually have an initiative called Youth for Sustainabilities. Basically, this is a dedicated initiative that are mandated right away from the CEO of Masdar. And they actually recently won a C for All Heroes Awards. This platform trying to connect the industry leaders and blended learning, which also includes like forum. They actually provided the platforms that were actually mentioned by Minal before. Innovation Lab, basically, they are actually trying to find a potential innovation ideas when it comes to energy and let them to actually work directly with the engineers within the Masdar. And then they also have a capacity building, a mentorship, apprenticeship, basically a lot of arms that they are actually doing to engage them. And when you are actually asking a question on what kind of progress that we are making and what ways that we are not, I think it's important to understand that there are corporate change that are very much tokenism, because they are just saying, oh yeah, we are going to just ride the wave. There are a lot of events, there's a lot of sustainability events, initiatives that are working together. But there are some that are dies out because the leadership changes, as I said before. So I think in order for us to actually sustain that and consider us young people as part of partners, I mean, I myself not doing all of this because I want to or I get the money from. This is basically just my volunteer work. I do have my full-time. I actually, a woman-headed household. I actually try to support my 7 members of families. And it's actually really hard, and especially in the energy sectors where it's all male-dominated. So I'm not doing this because I felt like, oh yeah, I could actually have the opportunity to speak here or speak there. No, I felt like I should supposed not to be here. I supposed to enjoy my time with my families and everything. But like, our generations has, really traumatized on the consequences that we are actually experiencing firsthand. So we ended up step out of our comfort zone just to kind of like convince them. So corporate change, definitely it's a must that we can actually do by engaging with us. I see some of the questions asking like, then is there any reason why we should not engage us? Then it's going to be the loss of our entire generations. Because what you are deciding now as the business leaders, I hope there are a lot of CEOs or a lot of business owners here, that without us, your business not going to gain any more big profits if you are not actually engaging the biggest stakeholder, the biggest consumers, right? The biggest workforce that you are going to have. So it's not about our loss only, it's also about your loss. So I think I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Amira. I really am happy that you are part of the panel today. Thank you for coming as well, despite, you mentioned that you have work to do and whatnot, right? And you're talking directly towards business owners. And speaking about a business owner, I will directly go towards Tomo here. So I think it's a nice segue. Tomo, I actually stalked you before coming here to see what questions that I could ask business owner and whatnot, right? So in one of your, I think it's a recent interview, you mentioned that seeking to go beyond sustainability and striving for regeneration through your business. I want to ask, right, why is this shift necessary? And do you think companies in Asia are ready to embrace it? Over to you.
Thank you. Just before I start on the kind of regeneration topic, I just wanted to add on to what Amira was saying about continuity of these efforts. I think one of the biggest issues in sustainability is sustainability of sustainability efforts. It's really about the longevity. It's about continuing. Yes. And it might be a good idea, but the fact whether or not it's going to last for years is a big question. And I think especially with the younger generation, you know, ADHD and distraction is a huge deal, right? It's a real issue. And so they might get interested, they might get inspired, but can they actually follow through? Can they actually build a team and mobilize resources to actually do it for years to make meaningful impact? I think that's a big challenge, I think, especially for, you know, for the older generation like me. How do we support these kinds of, to ensure sustainability of sustainability efforts? On the question of sustainability and regeneration, I mean, that's something I could probably talk for hours. And if anyone's interested, I'm very happy to talk about it after this. But I think there's a huge wave of kind of regenerative principles, regenerative mindsets that's coming into this world. And I understand, you know, this conference is about corporate sustainability and environmental rights. But maybe in the future it will be actually renamed corporate regeneration. And I think it's that kind of shift that's happening in the sustainability world. And I think the reason why this shift is happening is not because I personally don't think sustainability is categorically bad. But I think we all would agree that there is a lot of greenwashing. There is a lot of just insufficient effort and action in sustainability. So if sustainability was this huge thing, there's probably a lot of good, but there's a lot of just insufficient action and intention. And, you know, one way to put it is we're just dying more slowly if we do sustainability as business as usual, right? And so regeneration is not about sustainability on steroids. Regeneration is really about how do we talk about sustainability beyond the environment. We talk about social issues, we talk about human rights in a much more holistic sense. And it's also not about just bringing ourselves to a zero carbon, zero, you know, it's not just about negating the bad stuff. How do we bring ourselves to a positive state? And I think the most important difference between kind of the sort of sustainability and this kind of regenerative mindset is really is our mindset. We often talk about, you know, we coexist with nature, but we are nature. So we're mammals, right? We're primates. We are nature. We shouldn't be talking about coexistence. The fact that we're talking about coexistence is actually the fact that we've already detached ourselves from nature. And so it's really how do we uncover the underlying biases that we have, the underlying paradigms that we've built in how we conceive the economy and society, other people, the vulnerable people. So it's really this inner dimension, inner development that's really important to regeneration. And I love the way there's a book called Regenerative Leadership. And I think they have really done a great job talking about regeneration. Regeneration is about integrating outer sustainability and inner sustainability. Outer sustainability are things like sustainable policy, sustainable technology, sustainable energy, sustainable, all these things that we all have been pursuing for the last few decades, and I think almost everyone here is involved in. But that's not actually working at a planetary level, at a species level. we need to actually integrate outer sustainability and inner sustainability. Inner sustainability meaning how do we build more compassion? How do we build more creativity, playfulness, art? These kinds of things that are really important to ourselves. And if we can combine these two elements, then we're not going to be burning out, because we're working on sustainability issue or climate change negotiation. And I think it's that shift that the regeneration is promoting and promising in a way. And so I see a lot of potential in that, especially in that inner dimension of sustainability, and how do we regain the sense that we are nature.
Thanks for that, Tomo. I'd let that sit with everybody here, and I think that's something to really think about as well. I mean, we're in a conference on sustainability, but at the same time, this is also our complex of superiority, for example, talking because we're also nature. So completely resonate with that. And I was just having a chat with you yesterday, and I went up to Tomo and I asked him, what is a B Corp certified hotel? I got to know that you have Southeast Asia's first B Corp certified hotel, and he said to me that it's. And I was like, what are the criterias? And then I remember you said to me that, it's just one of the criterias was how do you continue being sustainable even after you're gone? And to me, that it really stuck with me because it really, again, talks about sustainability of the efforts to sustainability, right? So really, really, really good food for thought here, Tomo. Thanks for that. Moving on, Rehan. Youth-led campaigns across Asia have been at the forefront of driving policy shifts on climate, pollution, and biodiversity. Let's get to some examples and solutions and get a little optimistic here. Can you share an example where activism has directly influenced corporate or policy decisions? And how can businesses integrate these efforts into their operations? We know Tomo's business is doing it, but we just want to make sure we're all on the same page with this. So perhaps get us started.
Yep, thanks, Vidi. So before I share the example, let me share a little bit about answering a question why, Tomo, why do youth need to engage? I'd like to quote Amira and Atira saying that when youth advocate something, they're not making disruption. And yeah, I agree with that. It's related to how we define what is it to be a good citizen, I would say. And Greenpeace usually have a political class every year. And one of the questions we discuss is what is it to be a good citizen? And what is it to be a good citizen? It's to be politically active beyond electoral. So when you try to protect the other citizens' right, you try to be a good citizen, and that's, I think, where youth play an important role, to be a good citizen, to protect others' rights, basically. And as a citizen, we're not only a national citizen now, we are also global citizen. That's why it's important to actively engage in the global, negotiation and a policy-making process. And this is where I see the example where youth can really change the dynamic of plastic treaty negotiation, for instance, to promote the solution that can really tackle plastic pollution problems. And one of the youth, I see they were not only active, just attending the plastic treaty negotiation, but they actively engage with the countries to change their position towards something meaningful and really good. So that's the example, and that's where last year, for instance, one of the Indonesian youth activists can really touch the heart of hundreds of countries. they switch basically the position. So what the plastic treaty tries to do is to, like manage plastic from upstream to the downstream part. So it's not only managing the plastic waste, but also how it's oversupply at the moment. It's not sustainable at all. And for business, it's not good. When it's oversupply, the price is not good at all as well. So, and you can convince these countries to keep the option like to reduce the plastic production, and also to promote like reuse system, where this is really biggest enabler condition to reduce single-use plastic, for instance. And in terms of like how business can like operate in their system, translate this like policy into their system, is by having, as I mentioned earlier, like we need to have like a strong enabling condition. What is it the incentive for me like to apply like regenerative like system, like Thomas say, because well, when I do that, everyone also does that as well. So when certain company tries to do a good thing, it's not disincentive for them. So yeah, back to you.
Okay, thanks, Rehan, and thanks, panelists, for this amazing discussion today. I had another question lined up for Minal, but time is running out. And you guys are extremely, extremely helpful because you guys have fired the Slido left, right, and center with questions. So Minal, we're gonna tweak things up a little bit, and Sean has another question up for you, straight from the audience, fresh.
Yes, so we have a question from Slido for me now. I hope that's okay. And it's actually an interesting question because this question, this person asks, is talking about including youth in order to maximize the company's profits the best way to make businesses sustainable? What do you think? And perhaps other panelists could chip in as well after me now.
Yeah, this is a very interesting question. And I think there are elements of it already being answered by all of us, including what Tomo said. And there is a growing understanding that business as usual cannot take place because of the planetary issues that we're facing. We do not have the resources to have growth unlimited, right? So we do need to start thinking about ways in which, yes, businesses are sustainable or regenerative, but there cannot be, and we should not advocate for unbridled growth. It's just going to put us in peril because the planet is us. So the challenge then is, how do we ensure that we are not reaching the tipping points, but we have crossed the tipping points already. And I think there are examples in global negotiations where we are trying to control it. There are very serious negotiations happening at the UNFCCC, at the CBD, at the UN CCD as well. So we had the triple COP last year. And these were some, growth as usual is something that even governments and businesses understand now. And that is why there is increased push to look at nature-based solutions or ecosystem-based approaches to ensure that we are not endangering ourselves to live on this planet. Having said that, there is also a serious need, while we are advocating for these processes, also to ensure that there is no greenwashing taking place, and that is why some of us are advocating for the need to have environmental and social safeguards in place. And there is an active dissociation of a lot of other groups from that process, from that language. So text negotiations are actually very interesting, and I wish more youth get involved in these processes because it really helps to understand what is the thought process when certain textual recommendations are being supported or not being supported, right? I think it is important to have these new innovative ways to work and to ensure that we are not reaching our tipping point. But at the same time, we do need to realize as businesses also that there is no continuous growth. It is going to stop somewhere if we continue with business as usual.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think the last two questions on Slido are talking about, profit maximization. I think this singular focus on profit maximization really reminds me of this quote by Albert Einstein, right? We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. That's exactly why we're in this situation now. And if we want to prioritize, if we want to maximize short-term profits, then exploitation, extraction is the solution, right? That's the way to make short-term profits. No doubt about it. It's not about investing in the youth, and it's not investing in nature. But it's really about what is the time span that you're talking about, right? Are you trying to maximize in next quarter, next year, or are you talking about next decade or next 100 years? And I've had the fortune of talking to a lot of old companies in Japan. So Japan actually has the most number of companies that are older than 100 years and also 200 years. And for these companies, I have a friend who's the 18th generation of a company that was started in the 15th century. And for them, sustainability is something that they've been doing all along, right? It's now called sustainability or regeneration, but it's so embedded in their ethos, in their philosophy that, of course, they're going to take care of the people. Of course, they're going to take care of the environment, and that's the only way to survive and thrive in the long term, right? And so, it's really, to me, it's really how do we think about the time span when it comes to this profit question. I think profit in itself is not an evil thing. It's really it's about the time span and how do we make it.
All right, thank you so much, Tomo. Because we noticed there were a few people who just came in. Can I ask the tech person to show this Slido one more time? And while they're at it, perhaps we can have any questions from the floor, if anyone wants to ask directly from the floor. If not, we'll go towards Slido. Okay, no one from the floor. Okay,
Yeah,
Belinda?
the Slido was not to discourage floor questions.
No, I've learned a lot, but I do think I have a question just in terms of scale, right? So we spoke about a lot of new ideas, I think, from sustainable to regenerative, and that's a whole new area, and my brain is trying to kind of imagine that. We've spoken about chief future officers, not financial officers. We've spoken about in the plastic treaty how we saw youth kind of move the needle on. So it's a lot of information, but my question to the panel, maybe one or two panelists can speak to this, is scale. How do we scale this in Asia? I think we have a lot of developing economies, right? So the old structures, though, are still relatively new for some, right? So how do we bring this to scale, I think is my question. How do we make sure that there is this behavioral change within companies at scale? So not just what kind of push and pull factors do we need? Sorry, I know it's a very complicated one.
All right, thanks, Belinda. Yeah, sure.
Sure. I think that question is really also about how each of the companies is actually doing their businesses. Basically, every businesses have a different types of models when they are kind of like working on on their business, basically. But one of the things that I might propose, this is my personal opinion though, try to integrate it in a way that your business decisions is also including somebody's that are actually understanding and have a bigger stakeholder, which is the young people or indigenous, basically in the social spec of it. And then I'm not saying that this is a silver bullet for every businesses, but I think it's really a good opportunities to actually sit together and try to hear on what the young people are actually thinking it, because I believe young people have the privilege, unlike the businesses, unlike the policymakers, they actually have the ideas of idealisms. And they cannot actually be stopped because, well, some of them are young professionals that are already in the work, like me, or maybe some others that are just started to get to understand and probably asking questions, something that you wouldn't actually think about. And that's where that kind of opportunity is supposed to be provided in order for you to actually gain a third-party insights on how you can actually revamp your business process or business models that you are doing, whether it's actually working. I know that what Tomo has said is a high upfront cost, but it's all that in the end of the day, renewable energies, so, we're working with plastics, working with many sustainability initiatives. We just, as a corporate business, you need to understand that it is, of course, costly, but it's costly now rather than costly later, because if it is costly later, you are going to actually spend way more monies now and then for forever, rather than actually avoiding it. So I think it's important as well. One of the examples that can work, maybe that I'm actually seeing, is how at IRENA at least, what we are doing is that we actually discusses with the leaders themselves, and we give an advice on what kind of policies that would work, what kind of things that you should actually discuss in a council. And this council is actually representative of many different parts of the world where the business is actually, operates. So for example, if you are operating in Asia Pacific, then you would actually trying to get diverse of people in the same room. You can actually have it online or offline, and actually think about, okay, this is our plan as a business. You do have like that kind of plan every time you have a business, right? What do you think? What can we improve? What can we? And I think that could also be scaled up in a way, as long as, of course, there is a market competitiveness. If you see like the other businesses is doing well with that kind of models, then you would actually have like a FOMO, right? This business actually works well with this type of model. How about we do this as well? So creating that momentum is also important as well. And engaging the professional, the one that is also already in the field, would be very much important. And all these young people usually already have their own channel or platforms on how to engage the less fortunate with this kind of privileges by engaging with them. Sometimes young people are doing so well with like survey on trying to, digital campaigns. So that can also help your business exposure in a way, in a new light by the young people. Because if not, in the end of the day, there are a lot of young people that are ready with their lawsuit. I recently read in Japan, 10 thermal companies were actually being brought to the court because these 16 young, brave Japanese leaders, bringing them to the court, that they are suing a lawsuit over these companies. So, because we don't have a choice, either you are cooperating with us, or we are actually making disruptions of your businesses. Basically, that's what I think the scale up that we need to accommodate as a businesses, and then also us as the young people that want to be included in that policy-making processes.
Yeah, the question of scale, I think, is often comes up. And the way I see it is the diffusion of innovation, right? I think all of us are familiar with diffusion of innovation. There's 2.5% of innovators, there are 13.5% of early adopters, and then 34% early majority. And so it's any innovation, how it spreads. It spreads from the innovators to the early adopters to the majority. And it's a thing with iPhones, it's a thing with anything, right? With AI. And I think we're at a stage where we're still trying to create high quality cases that actually involve youth, that are really do sustainability with youth well. And we're not in a stage to scale yet. And so I do feel like we're still in the innovator, early adopter phase. And if we don't get the quality right, it's not about the quantity. It's if we do diluted, youth-led sustainability, and we're going to spread that, then that's just youth washing, greenwashing to me. And so it's really about how do we ensure that we have high quality. So we ensure quality over quantity first, and then we get to quantity for me.
Yep. Thanks, Tomo. If I may add, I think, yeah, I agree, like, we need to have, like, a right solution at the beginning before we scale that up. For instance, in the, like, plastic industry, like, sector, like, at the moment, like, how this, like, reuse system can be worked, like, properly. And before it's scaled, I think it should be, like, piloted. But the most important is, like, we need to have, like, clear roadmap. It doesn't mean, like, it will not be scaled at some point. And yeah, one of the like, important milestone is the policy that can enable this this model can be scaled at some point.
Minal, would you like to add something here? If not, we have a whole flood of questions.
Just a reminder, because I think we've already spoken about scaling up and how it needs to be done now, but just the fact that we have human rights concerns, we have environmental and social norms for industries is because young people at some point in history were demanding it. And I think that is what we need to keep doing to ensure that the scaling up of this part happens as well. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm just going to go over our Slido because it keeps, every time I hit refresh, there's a new question. But we'll take one last question in the interest of time. And I see the first one up here for the panelists to answer in less than 30 seconds. What is one thing you feel youth are speaking up about, but governments and businesses are not hearing? Who wants to take that up?
Keep going.
That was 1 second.
Really?
We have 29 seconds.
Minal, would you like to add something here? What's something that the youth is saying, but it's just not getting heard?
Well, in my experience, I think there is a need to for businesses to really start thinking about grievance redressal mechanisms which are not legally related. Like she said, we are ready with our lawsuits, but it doesn't benefit anyone. It doesn't benefit us because we lose our youth and our time fighting these cases. And not having mechanisms where you can sit together in a space of trust and not have either the state or law make you do things. And because youth are asking for it and women and girls are asking for that space, it is important to, at least for Asian businesses, to start thinking about having very robust grievance redressal mechanisms and talking about this with governments and not shying away from having these spaces.
For me, a real concern from my perspective is really about mental health of youth. If the youth are not mentally, emotionally spiritually well, we're not going to have a thriving planet. And so we need to, the governments, businesses really need to take that seriously, I think. And one action that comes to my mind in terms of kind of contributing to one solution is the cosmetic company Lush in the UK. They actually, I don't know if they still do it, but 2 years ago they had this campaign called Be Somewhere Else, and they stopped social media advertisements because there's bottomless evidence of how bad social media is for our mental health and especially the youth. And so Lush took a stance that we're not going to use this channel that's detrimental to people's health to advertise our products. And so that's a bold stance that I thought Lush took, but I think it really goes to the point of mental health before any kind of health.
I think it's all about breaking the stigma of when businesses actually take it for granted, young people's credibilities, because a lot of time, whenever, even this is the small example that sometimes happens, like if I attend something at conferences like this or so, and then I introduce myself, oh yeah, I'm from this particular youth organizations. I bet they sometimes walk away within just like 30 seconds. Meanwhile, when I actually put my other hat, they're gonna stay. And that's probably like all the really reasons that sometimes a lot of people doesn't actually believe that we have the expertise. But most of us, even me, I'm actually Gen Zs, that are actually already in the systems. I'm already working. I have 5 years experience already, and I'm Gen Z. So it just felt like you are still thinking us as a kids. We are actually now working already. We understand the system. We try to learn what you have been doing wrong, what you have been doing right, and that we are actually trying to digest it and learn it. And that's what we want to share. And most of us are not actually in the highest level because of our age most of the time. If you are like a business owner, that's a different case. But that's probably something that really relevant to this part of the question as well.
Yeah, I'd like to emphasize what does it mean, keep going. It's not just going and talking, but yeah, we re-strategize. I mean, it's very normal. Our voice is not heard. I will give you example. For instance, this youth from Indonesia, they're not really heard like by her own government, but and one of the strategy like she did during like plastic treaty, she tries to engage like the European countries, for instance, the countries that can, like, or countries that can influence your respective government, for instance. And also like in terms of like business, like who fund this business sector that you try to talk to. And then, yeah, this kind of like strategize your strategy. I mean, it will not 100% work, but that's what I mean. Keep going, like let's re-strategize how to voice our voice. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much, Rehan. And I know everyone is hungry already, but please bear with me for another 3 minutes because we have another important question to ask the panelists for one last time. I hear Vidis telling me that we need food as well, but please bear with me as well. So as you know, we sit in this conference room with a lot of different people from different sectors, right? So I just want to ask our panelists here today, if you had one key recommendation to Asian businesses on how to engage and include youth, what would it be? And keep it short within 30 seconds, or else I'll just off your microphone from here.
Build and professional youth expertise within your team. Build that, and they're gonna actually work wonders for you.
For me, 2 questions that I would like to share with you. One is it's a question by Paul Pullman, the former CEO of Unilever. Is the world a better place because your business is in it? Is the world a better place because your business is in it? I think it really sums up the question. The second question that I'd like to leave you with is related to youth, is really whose voices are we neglecting consciously or unconsciously? Thank you.
Okay, my turn. Well, I believe there will not be any regenerative of our sustainable system without check and balance in place, and youth is play important role to have this check and balance mechanism to ensure that genuine sustainability will happen. Thanks.
I think everything has been said really beautifully, but just one more thing is listen actively when resistances are happening or when young people are trying to say something, because it's not just about not liking a particular policy or as we've all said, this takes a lot of time, it takes effort, sometimes it's personal. So young people are coming at it and addressing these problems because there is something happening which we need to control. So active listening and then involving young people in decision making, not just participation, is, I think, something that Asian businesses need to do.
All right, thank you so much for all your recommendations and for keeping it within 30 seconds. So on the interest of time, I'll pass it back to Vidi to give the closing remarks.
I think closing remarks is kind of like a high-level thing in the UN system, but both of us are new, so I think we can pass. But we're living in a time of rapid change, and I really appreciate all of you all coming here and taking the time to talk about this important issue. And these are not issues of tomorrow, right? Climate change, human rights, these are all today's battles that we need to fight together today, like now. And businesses that aspire to long-term success, so all the businesses that are here in the room, they need to acknowledge that youth voices go beyond just this room here. And I'm very happy that some of our panelists mentioned earlier that they'd be happy for you all to chase them after this panel and beyond these conference rooms. So both of us highly recommend you to do that. This conversation should not stop here by any chance. And yeah, those are, I'll just stop here. Is there anything you want to say? Yeah? We're all good. Thank you so much for all your time, and maybe we'll give a big round of applause for all our panelists. She's gone.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you so much. You did so well.
Sorry if we said anything
No.
wrong or whatnot.
Is that possible?
It's like scorching hot in Bangkok.
Oh, God. Yeah, I find this very difficult coming from Geneva. Okay, I think we're good to go. Welcome, everyone. I think we'll just be another few seconds, or I think, actually, you know what? No, I think we can start. Welcome to this session on ESG under pressure, aligning rights, regulation, and compliance. And much like ESG, we are also under pressure, time pressure. We have a lot to get through in this session, so I am going to kick off. First, just to introduce myself, my name is Sean O'Connell. I'm a focal point with UNDP on environmental justice, and I work across our business, human rights, and in sustainable finance teams, including on the environment. So I am charged today to try and moderate, and I'm going to be joined in my moderation with Eugene, who I'll introduce in a minute. But just to say, we have really tried to leave the best till last. I know there's a lot of interest in this topic, we've heard, so we're going to try and leave as much time for questions and answers as possible. So, to introduce our esteemed panel here, first I would like to introduce my co-moderator, and just to introduce that Eugene will moderate a second session. Eugene is the Chief Executive Officer of the Sustainable Finance Institute of Asia. Online, I should also say, we have Ahmed Zubair Mahbub, Additional Director, Sustainable Finance at the Bangladesh Bank. So we're very lucky to have a representative from a bank here. We're very grateful, Zubair, for your time. On the far side, sticking with the Zs in the names, we have Veronica Zubia, who is the Just Transition Specialist with UNEP-FI, with the United Nations Environment Programme. And just to my right here, we have Cynthia Wang, Associate Director of BSR. Some of you are very familiar with BSR and their excellent work. And last but certainly not least, we have Disha Shetty, who is an Associate at the Sustainability Team at Tolarem. So that is the panel, that's our team. What we are going to do, maybe just by a very quick way of starting, and I promise this is a free vote, so if you put your hand up, I'm not going to ask any follow-up questions. Can I ask those in the room who are actively engaged and working on ESG issues, or working on ESG, just put your hand up. I promise you I will not answer any follow-up questions. Okay, it's close to half. And those in the room, can I just ask you to put your hand who are here to learn, who have understood this to be an important topic and want to learn more and maybe explore how it can apply to your work? Can you put your hand up? Okay, some people didn't put their hand up. They're not working on it, or they're not interested as well. So I hope you find something here. But that's good for our panel to know that we have a mix of people in the audience, people who are already engaged and people who are very curious. Okay, so very briefly, I'm going to give a very short framing, and then I'm going to hand straight over to our first panelist, Eugene, for his questions. But maybe just by way of introduction, why this session is so important. ESG, as you well know, is a very fast-moving, evolving space. It can mean a lot of different things to different people. I think this session is very important to try and understand how we can use ESG in our work, how we can better support in ESG, how to make it better. I think we know that there are certain dangers with ESG, which we're also going to explore. We know there might be some skepticism about this concept. And I think, one of the big questions we often see when it comes to ESG is, and this is to borrow a phrase from our former Secretary General of the UN, is ESG designed to take us to heaven or to stop us from going to hell? And there's any one number of ways that we could consider it. So hopefully we'll look into why and what we do there. Secondly, maybe what we hope to do, I think we will hopefully offer some of those who are less au fait with this topic, less informed on it, some of the basics. And for those of you who are more experienced, maybe some deeper insights into the trends here in Asia. Finally, how we're going to do this is a very creative setup from our organizers. We're going to have a mirroring session. So first we're going to get first we're going to get the regulation insights from Eugene and Zubair from Bangladesh. And then Eugene's going to step in and speak to some of the market actors and get their insights into how ESG is applying in their work. And very lastly, what we're going to do is we're going to try and leave as much time, as I mentioned, for your questions and answers. And so we're going to try and ask our panelists to give somewhere in the region of 5 to 6 minutes in total in response to their 3 or 4 questions that they'll receive. So that is, I'm already wasting time that I said I would protect for you. So I'm going to kick off straight away with Eugene. And I think, you're very experienced in this area, especially in this region. And I think you've seen some of these, both positives and negatives, these opportunities and some of these challenges. If you could maybe just take us through, as sustainability reporting is becoming more common, and so the general public are becoming more aware, CSOs are becoming aware, and there's also this growing skepticism around greenwashing. So how have some of the financial regulators, securities, exchanges addressed this skepticism, and also what could be the role for broader stakeholder engagement in this space?
Thank you, Sean. Well, first of all, I have to say I can't believe so many of you fell for Sean's trick. Well, first of all, I have to say, I can't believe so many of you fell for Sean's trick. So he asked you to put your hands up, and he's going to pick on you to answer questions later on. So sorry if you did that. But this is a really, really interesting area. And it's also particularly pertinent to all of us because, in essence, our lives revolve around ESG as responsible citizens and human beings. The term ESG itself, actually, Sean, is not something that's fully agreed, right? So you hear ESG, you hear sustainability, you hear all these different terms floating around, but essentially they mean the same thing. How do we ensure that we take into account factors other than just money when we are trying to build our economies and move forward with our development? So let's first talk about greenwashing and what greenwashing really is. And many of you may also have heard of the term sustainability washing, because it's not just about greenwashing. Sustainability factors also get covered up. Essentially, greenwashing is a misrepresentation, right? It's someone who hasn't done something and claims more credit than they've done. Alternatively, it's the boy who threw the stone and broke your window and said it's someone else. So greenwashing comes in many forms. You have the outright misrepresentation. I've done this when, in essence, they haven't done it. You've got green lighting, which highlights all the great things they've done, but not all the bad things they've done. And importantly, you might have heard of the term green hushing now. So green hushing is when I just don't want to say anything about it, because if I don't say anything, you won't pick on me. Basically, it all goes back to your school days when your friends were trying to do things to deceive the teachers. But as regulators, this has become very important. And it's not just important to the financial regulators, it's also important to other regulators, for example, regulators in trade, in competition, because these are misrepresentations that are causing people to make wrong decisions. So you must understand, the whole point about whatever reporting or disclosures that come out is to help you make the right decision. You go to a supermarket and you think, I want to buy this product, but what are the ingredients? How was this product made? That informs your decision. Greenwashing distorts that decision. So for financial regulators, they are concerned about greenwashing at 3 different levels. The first is when companies put out reports. And people rely on the reports for different things. Are the reports saying the right things? The second is when you invest. So many of you invest in mutual funds, for instance, and you may start to wonder, what are my mutual funds putting my money in? Because these are managers I've entrusted my money to, and hey, I want my money to do good. Is that really happening? And the third is when, for institutional investors, particularly when companies try and raise money, whether it's through bonds or through loans, and they make a representation of how they're trying to engage and undertake the sustainability journey. So let me start a bit with the reports. Now, the reports actually, there's no mandatory sort of standard for reporting in this part of the world, in ASEAN particularly. But if you are a listed company, for instance, the stock exchanges do mandate some sort of reporting. We have new standards coming up. So many of you may be familiar with GRI that's been used, but we also have the ISSB standards coming out now. Now, while these standards are voluntary, and I'll be very careful when I say that they're voluntary, it's in their own right? Some of the stock exchanges may, for instance, incorporate GRI into their requirements and make them mandatory for listed companies, but it's not for everybody. So for reporting, of course, if it's a listed company, the stock exchanges, the capital market regulators, they will obviously take action when someone says something is not correct. Someone says something that's not correct. For the funds particularly, now that's really interesting because you're entrusting your money to someone else. So for the funds, generally, regulators have come out with standards. For ASEAN, for example, we have the Sustainable and Responsible Fund Standards put out by the ASEAN Capital Markets Forum, which is the collection of all the 10 capital market regulators. And in essence, really, the standards say that you must name your fund in accordance with how you have described your sustainability strategy, and it must be proportionate. So you cannot really overemphasize something or alternatively try and say something that's not correct. And you must allocate money to the things you say you allocate money to. Now, Malaysia and Philippines have adopted the standard. Thailand has a standard of its own, and certainly Hong Kong has come up with something since 2019. But in essence, all these different regulatory standards try and say, please do what you are actually saying you do. Right? We also have the bond standards. So for those of you who are familiar, ICMA has standards for GSS plus bonds, and you're meant to adhere to those. The ASEAN Capital Markets Forum also has a parallel standard that's developed with the ICMA. And what's interesting is that when you want to say that you've complied the standard, you've labeled, you actually have to inform your regulator. It goes onto a website, and you are listed as being compliant. Now, if you're not compliant, then action is taken against you. So really, greenwashing, I would have to say, is something that's being combated by different people in different ways. But I also want to point out something before I stop, right, which is greenwashing is not always intentional. Sometimes people don't have capacity. They don't understand what they're saying. They make mistakes. And this is how we must provide more guidance and clarity to support people in avoiding greenwashing.
Perfect. Thank you, Eugene. I think for those who put their hand up and were more on the basic understanding of ESG, that's a really good overview of who uses ESG and how it's used. Businesses as frameworks for ensuring sustainability, investors for ensuring sustainability of their investments, and then regulators, of course, for making sure businesses do what they say they would do. So thank you for that, and for touching as well on really greenwashing and some of the possible dangers and some of the realities that businesses face. But on that, so there is a balance to be struck between just a practical challenge for businesses in terms of applying ESG, in terms of making the most of it, attracting investment, but also the burdens it might create on them if put too much burdens or put too much by regulators. So the question is, how do businesses find that balance? I'll put another question to you. Should there even be a balance? Maybe it should be burdensome for businesses.
Well, that's a really interesting question, and I think it's important for us to understand why we are trying to do this, right? We are trying to do this for the people. So if there is no balance, it's going to be very difficult. Let me just give you a very simple example. If you look at Southeast Asia, there are 10 countries. The highest GDP per capita per annum is about $82,000, and the lowest is 1,100. They're all coming from different starting points. They have different access to resources. They have different economic and social structures. How do we ask them all to behave the same way? Because if we want that sort of ambition, it has to be a regional ambition, it has to be a global ambition. It is really tough. And one of the biggest challenges which we've all faced today is that sustainable financing has been built around exclusion, not inclusion. Why? So if you don't meet this standard, you're not eligible to be labeled, to be described as qualified for certain sustainable financing. We have 71 million MSMEs in Southeast Asia. Just walk around the streets today. You see people at different levels. I talked to a Filipino conglomerate. They have 89,000 people in their supply chain, ranging from guys who are collecting agricultural products in the fields, right up to people who are manufacturing high-spec products. So it is difficult to say that we only want one standard for everybody. And we have to remember that we really want to avoid this exclusion. You also must remember that if we force things on people when they are not ready, it is a form of human rights abuse. If you force an SME to do something and it's not able to, we're not equipping it with the right resources, it doesn't get the financing, it doesn't get the technology, what happens? People lose jobs. And they are deprived of a means to earn a living. It's not just them, it's all the employees, the community around them, and it flows through. So Southeast Asia is trying to approach this very differently. In fact, actually, you hear a lot about transition. Can I just ask how many people have heard about the word transition? Right. So transition is an extremely important concept, and Southeast Asia started talking about this. I was with the regulators when they started talking about this back in 2016. They kind of didn't call it transition, they said phase in. But the fact of the matter is you can't flick a switch and turn green overnight. So how do you manage this? The idea really is for us to be able to gradually transition from where we are today to where we want to be. It's like trying to lose weight, right? So, which I'm trying to do, by the way, Sean. So if you're, let's say, a size 40 today, and your belt is a size 40, and you say, my target size 32, and you're given a size 32 belt, there's no way you can do it. But if I punched a few holes and I let you go from 40 to 38 to 36 to 34 to 32, over time you can do it. That's what transition is, and that's what we are trying to practice here. So what we really have to do to avoid this fragmentation is to allow people transition. And transition comes in a few different ways. The first is we must be able to give them clear guidances as to where they should be. Those guidances must be practical but ambitious. So it gets people moving along, there are no stragglers. Now, the ASEAN taxonomy for sustainable finance does that. The ASEAN transition finance guidance does that. It doesn't say, you've got to be here today or you're out. And that's a very important concept that we've been trying to introduce. The second is that we must have carrots and sticks. It's not just carrots or sticks alone, right? So what are carrots? For example, if you look at the MNCs, some of them are trying to say, okay, I'll give preferential pricing. I will give technology. I will help you. I'll support you. I'll try and educate you. I'll give you time. That's a carrot, right? Sustainable financing, supply chain is important. What's a stick? A stick is MNCs coming and saying that if you don't meet my standards by 2025, we'll have to exclude you from the supply chain. So a survey by Standard Chartered actually reached that level to say that 78% of MNCs said they'll drop people who can't meet their requirements by 2025. But it came with a carrot. The carrot is, by the way, and 45% of them said this, if you can meet my requirements, I might give you a 7% price increase. So these are important elements that we have to think about, and we have to be able to balance that ambition with the reality, or in effect, we are just going to exclude people.
Thank you very much. That's the realities. Now, you touched on taxonomies there. So again, ESG 101 taxonomies, we're just talking about if you say you're doing something, what's the criteria that you should actually be allowed to say that? So that's all we're talking about here on taxonomies. But there's a lot of fast-moving regulation, or I should say big movements in the EU. There's big movements globally on ESG from regulators. And the question you just touched on around what the impact is that having here in Asia and what could the potential be. We're now at an uncertain time. Some of those regulations in Europe, and we know there's other issues in the US, they're being watered down, they're being rethought. But what will that mean for us here in Asia?
It means a lot, and it means very little, depending how you look at it, right? So I have to say, 3 of our 10 countries in Southeast Asia are in the top 10 vulnerable list. Climate change and its impact is real for us. Up to, I think it was 3 years ago, in the 6 years before 2023, 44 million children were displaced because of climate events, and almost 10 million came from one of our member states, Philippines. Let's also talk about how this is going to affect our livelihoods, right? Because if we don't do anything about it, climate change is going to deprive us of a lot of GDP going forward. It's, I think, 30% for Vietnam, 27% for Indonesia, and for the rest of Southeast Asia, 23%. But we need money. We can't change. And we're also in a very difficult situation, Sean, because we are sort of in a situation like we're lost at sea, right? And we have a boat, and the boat actually has a hole, and the water is filling up. So what do? You have a choice. You can empty the water. That's called adaptation. Or you can fix the hole. It's called mitigation. Now, anybody who's been stuck at sea before with a leaking boat, I'm sure none of you have been, but if you have been, you'll know you have to both empty the water and fix the hole. So we need money for this. The problem for us, of course, is that we also need the resources, because climate change is not separated by borders. It's not a question of Singapore. It's not a question of Thailand. It's not a question of Norway. It's a question of climate change for all of us. So we need everyone to act together. Now, Southeast Asia is very clear. There is no change in the stance that we are taking. But we also need to understand that we live in a global world, and we also do need the global flow of capital and resources to be able to meet this target. And it's no use if we do it alone. And yesterday's session, we heard one of the panelists saying that East Asia is trying to move on its own. And that's indeed what we need, because this is a whole of Earth effort. It's not a country, it's not a region, it's all of us moving together. So we have a few things that are happening. As you can see, there's a geopolitical shift, but also, for those of you who are very in touch with the CEOs, the guys who are actually running the economies, now you will see that the ranking of sustainability has kind of dropped from number 1 to number 3 or 4, right? So you have cost of living as the first, cost of living and competitiveness. The second is actually about geopolitics and again, trade. And the third can be AI or sustainability. So it's kind of dropped, right? It's not that people don't care about it. They care about it. They've kind of addressed it. But now we have other problems pressing in on us. In Southeast Asia, I think we have 3 things that are not going for us at all. The first is we have a global rollback. And the rollback is going to be a problem because what it's going to do is it's going to remove the flaw that we've placed on our sustainability efforts, right? You all know it's about competitiveness. If one guy decides not to do it, other people think, oh, this person can do it, so we should be able to do it to stay competitive. That's the first thing. That results in the loss of investments. It results in loss of funding. It results in loss of capacity. So that global rollback is absolutely going to be a problem for everyone that we have to address. The second is trade uncertainty. So that changes everyone's focus because it's, oh, how do we survive? How do we make sure that we're able to get through this? Everyone needs economic growth. We have to maintain the standards of living of our people. We have to earn. And the third is actually the disruption of private financing and also the reallocation of capital. Because the agenda focus changes, then private capital may start to go to other places, right? It's directed to, for example, protecting trade. It's directed to defense. Private financing starts to say, well, I don't have to choose between fossil fuels and clean investments anymore because I can do both. So we start to see that flaw giving way. But we also have things going for us, right? So the first is ASEAN has absolutely not changed its mind. It is galvanized, right? The second is that, and you see this reflected, right, in the second item, which is we see that even for this year's chairmanship of ASEAN, Malaysia has selected the team, inclusivity and sustainability, and is continuing to push this agenda. So I've spent a lot of time with the regulators. The regulators understand the risks involved. They see the benefits involved. Now the question for the policymakers and regulators is how do we keep this agenda going? And the third is that we've always been pragmatic, right? So all the things you're seeing, the rollbacks and all that, people not being able to achieve their targets, and that is a problem, right? When you set targets that are too high, you can't achieve them, everyone gets disillusioned, disappointed, and they give up. But ASEAN's targets have always been very practical and ambitious enough within the context of our region. So it doesn't change for us. But again, I think the big challenge is that climate change is a global game. I also want to mention that at the rate we're going, and this is something the governments are very clear about, Southeast Asia will not meet any of the SDG goals by 2030, 0. So we have to be able to put more money into it and more effort into it.
Thank you. And I actually had another question. The organizers of this conference quite astutely have included rights in the title. So from everything you've just said, I'm going to park a question about how does all this actually translate into ensuring respect for human rights? And we're going to come back to that in the Q&A. So I'm going to move quickly on now to Ahmed Zubair Mahoob. And Zubair, we're very lucky to have Zubair. He's joining online. But Bangladesh have done amazing work in trying to localize ESG. And Zubair, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, and we can see you. Excellent, thank you. So, look, you've done leaps and bounds in trying to localize ESG in Bangladesh, and the Central Bank of Bangladesh yourselves have really driven this process. Is Bangladesh ready for this ESG transformation? And if you can tell us what's been the journey for Bangladesh in localizing, especially the International Financial Reporting Standards S1 and S2. Over to you, Zubair.
Thank you. Thank you. Since we have a mixed audience, I would like to start from our journey where we started so that those who are new, they can also understand where to start. So in 2011, we have started our journey with two guidelines, green banking guideline, and another is environmental risk management guideline. So this was a more generalized one. After that, 2014, we have given the banks the target of 5% of their 5% of their portfolio has to be green. And later we have seen that the banks are in general conservative in financing new areas, whereas the entrepreneurs are very optimistic. So there was a gap between the banks and the entrepreneurs. So to bridge that gap, we in 2017, we have provided them with 55 green product lists so that we asked the bank if the entrepreneurs come with these products, go through financing to them, and also ask the entrepreneurs to bring their products into these 55 products. Later on 2020, we have, based on the demand and other consideration, we have introduced sustainable finance policy where we have given clear green finance taxonomy, as well as at the same time, green finance, we have in our taxonomy, we have identified the term loans are incorporated into green finance. But at the same time, we have also realized that other trading and some other special financing are required to promote the green financing. So we have given the sustainable finance a term where the green finance is a part of sustainable finance. Apart from that, a sustainable link finance, where sustainable SME, sustainable agriculture, socially responsible financing, all trading, demand loan are incorporated. So this was in 2020. So this was a comprehensive policy. In 2017, we have updated our environmental risk management guideline with environmental and social risk management guideline, where we try to specify the ESG issues. We have developed an Excel-based ESDD, environmental social due diligence checklist, which helps the banks to identify the risks, environmental and social risks of any project, so that they can rate the risk. This is Excel based, and we have provided to the banking sector through our website, and they rated. In the financing sector. That was another area. Now the question is that how is expensive to incorporate ESG? We always consider that as a low-income country, we consider that we cannot provide any burden on the bank, so that it will be transformed to the entrepreneurs. So that we have provided Excel-based checklists to the banks, and they have rated and take their actions accordingly. And later we have. And one question used and clearly identified that sustainability may lead to financial exclusion. So incorporating that, we have also highlighted that for the marginal people, we ask the bank to use our microfinance institutions linkage to reach to them. So this also includes their inclusion to the financial system, as well as we have developed national financial inclusion strategy to identify the indicators so that exclusions is not happening there. At the same time, in 2022, we also think that the banks are financing with the short-term deposit to the long-term, particularly in the field of green. was very challenging because the reporting on the global standards was not there as much. Initially tried to go for task force on climate related financial disclosure TCFD reporting, but at the same time ISSB was formed. You know that in COP26 and later June 2023 ISSB has given the IFRS S1 and S2. We decided to go for IFRS S1 and S2. And while implementing IFRS S1 and S2 for the banking sectors, we are working together with the banks, and we have taken phase-wise approach, which was also suggested in the roadmap of IFRS S1 and S2. The challenging portion is that there are four pillars. You all know that. One is the governance. So in governance, we ask the banks to ensure in all their financing decisions, they have to incorporate the sustainability and climate-related issues are addressed, and how they address with what questions or what policy they are addressing. They have to disclose that one. And again, we have asked the banks that their board members should be capable enough arranging some capacity buildings, and central bank along with other development partners are assisting to build the capacity of the boards. Later on the strategy, they're taking the policies into their strategy and how they will channelize the decisions from there to that. And later the risk management, when we have given the banks freedom, how they are identifying their climate related, sustainability related risk and opportunities, as well as sustainability related risks and opportunities. We highlighted more on the opportunities so that the banks are not demoralized, because otherwise there is a chance of financial exclusion. So the last portion is very challenging, is the metrics and targets, where the banks has to disclose their financed emission, what are the GHG emissions, total GHG emissions of their finance portfolio, and they have to set the targets for reducing that for the coming years. So that was challenging, and we are working with PCAF and GIM Foundation and some development FCDO, some development partners. And right at this moment, we are assisting the banks in their portfolio GHG emission calculations. And we are very happy that we are at the final stage to develop GHG emission calculators for the financed emissions based on our industry classifications. So that will help them to report. So we are all the journey with the banks to incorporate that. So this is number one. Another issue that could be raised by the participants, that it is clearly mentioned in IFRS S1 and S2 that the materiality will be only financial materiality, single materiality will be considered in the disclosure. But we said that yes, they will disclose with their single materiality, but our environmental social due diligence ensures the double materiality. So that way we are now shaping our financial sectors to adopt the ESG issues. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Zuber. Thank you so much. And, just for people, participants in the room, apologies.
I can't hear you.
Can you not hear me? No? I think maybe, well, actually,
Sean, you are muted.
maybe it's better if that you can't hear me for the second. Sorry about the technical issues. But just to say, don't worry, Zuber, 1 second. Okay, is he okay? Is he there?
Yes,
okay, now you can hear me. No, but just wanted to say that regardless of having people join online, a bit difficult, but as you can clearly see, this is not a fantasy in terms of localizing ESG, and the story of Bangladesh was so important we had to include it. Zuber, we don't have a lot of time. I have one more question for you, and this is on the actual realities, the capacity. Some studies have shown that almost 75% of banks are really struggling to report back on these ESG indicators. So look, you really demonstrated that this is possible. You've demonstrated the thinking behind that goes into this to make it a reality in Bangladesh. Now a little bit more, if you don't mind, in 3 or 4 minutes, just on the realities that some banks are facing in actually living up to these reporting requirements, and what you can actually do to support them to make this a reality. So in 3 to 4 minutes, Zuber, back to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's a very difficult journey for the financial sectors, because they have to go with the corporates too. Corporates and SMEs and also some cases linkage microfinance institutions. So it is really a tough journey, but we believe that our ESDD, now all the banks are applying our ESDD checklist. So this is the way they are ensuring the financing ESG in the field. At the same time, if any issue raises that couldn't solved by the banks, they have to report with us. It was mentioned in our ESG, and we together with the banks solved that. And right at this moment, we are also trying to more inclusive our ESDD checklist, discussing with different development partners because they also have their different requirements. And our taxonomies and ESDD also are considering the UE standard. You know that EU standards are globally renowned as the best standards. In that we also incorporated that, and it's the journey is not a very simple one, but we think that we are a part of financial institutions to run that. And for that, right at this moment, we are not only working with the banks. Now at this moment, we are also working with the government to address the NDC attainment. So since the pillar, we have seen that the banks and finance companies are calculating their financed emission and they're setting their targets. And we ask them set the targets with the NDC targets of the country. So they are setting in that way. So we are just with hands of the banks, and we believe when the journey is all together with the same target. One important issue that should be addressed, that you have to remember that the non-performing loan which projects are ensured ESG is much less than the usual one. So for the sustainability of the long run and the provision keeping, all these issues are supporting for the business of the banks in the long run. At the same time, we central bank also developed credit guarantee schemes. And now we are going to launch next month green credit guarantee schemes. We are going to piloting, and which will also ensure the banks risk to the guarantee schemes, and which will require banks low provision requirement for their general provision as well as a specific provision. So these all together are making the journeys. Yes, the journey is very difficult, but it is feasible, and we are running with that. And anytime, any countries, anywhere, we are ready to cooperate it if anyone needs assistance, how we have overcome those problems. And I would like to thank all the UN partners as well as other development partners who help in our long journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Zuber. And Zuber has personally offered that he will travel himself if you need help in setting up ESG standards. So thank you, Zuber. And so I think, thank you very much for that, Zuber. And I hope that, for those listening, and we have some representatives from other governments here today, Zuber, and I hope that your journey and your story resonates. And, I think you mentioned it yesterday, which is a very important point. We do have to start somewhere. It's not going to be perfect. There will be challenges. You can work to address those challenges. And it connects very nicely to how Eugene opened about, yes, there are challenges, but there are massive opportunities. We have to start somewhere. It's moving quite quickly. And if the right time to start was probably yesterday, and you can begin addressing some of these challenges. So thank you for that. I'm actually going to hand over to Eugene now, and he's going to take a closer look at some of the market actors and how they've responded to ESG. Over to you, Eugene.
Thank you very much. So ESG is not something any one particular person, one group can do on its own. What we need really is an ecosystem shift. And for the ecosystem to work, we need regulators to come in, we need the market to come in, and we need the real economy participants to come in as well. So today I have the pleasure of having a nice mix of panelists to help talk us through this issue. And I really want to start with Veronica first. So Veronica, I talked about transitions just now, and Zubair and I have been talking about how it's important not to exclude people. Now, you've been working with a lot of FIs on just transitions, and that's really important because just transitions reduce that exclusion. And I'm just wondering, how have you found ESG standards and all the other efforts that are going in, particularly the human rights aspects, relevant to this just climate transition that we're trying to achieve?
Thanks, Eugene, for the question, and thanks also for setting the stage, because you, at the beginning of the panel, you were explaining all the risks that climate change poses to people, but also to businesses. So we already know that climate change calls for urgent measures, but this transition to a sustainable and resilient economy needs to be just, and this means that we need to share the burdens and the benefits of the transition. Now, how? The measures taken to deal with climate change should effectively address the human rights risks to climate action and maximize the benefits for workers, communities, and other stakeholders.
So some of the risks, because you talk about the risk of climate change, but there are some also risk of the human rights risk that may arise from this transition. For example, the loss of jobs because of the closure of carbon-intensive activities, or impacts for communities because of land grabs, for example, or for wind and solar farms that are very land-intensive. Or also, we have heard it yesterday also, problems related with forced labor or child labor related to the transitional minerals, even environmental degradation also for the activities of the mining activity for these minerals necessary for the transition. But there are also some benefits that the transition can bring related to the creation of jobs, for example. So according to ILO, transitioning to a low-carbon economy is projected to create 14 million net jobs just in Asia-Pacific by the 2030. So other benefits could be addressing the gender gap, something that was also discussed yesterday, increase energy accessibility, foster technology, innovation, and social inclusion. So besides the opportunities, this is one thing, the transition presents for business and for society as a whole. The basic expectation for a just transition is to prevent and mitigate the human rights risks that can arise from these actions for workers and communities. A human rights due diligence, that is something that has also been touched upon this conference, aligned with international standards such as the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, can significantly strengthen and enhance these ESG risk management systems, helping financial institutions to avoid risk to society, especially to those most vulnerable groups affected by the transition. And because we know that if human rights are not respected, the transition will not be sustainable, or even worse, there is a risk that transition itself could fail. For example, there is the Business and Human Rights Resource Center has a just transition litigation tracker that accounts for more than 60 litigation cases, where 80% aim to stop those projects. So unless these unintended negative externalities to people are considered as part of the climate action, we can fail our climate goals that we know that are urgent. So promoting a just transition is essential to achieve this broad-based support for this ambitious climate action. So in summary, and beyond regulatory trends, business in general and financial institutions in particular need to address the social and human rights aspects of the transition. And this relates directly with the ESG considerations that should include human rights. And this is an important point to note, that a human rights approach centers the attention to the risk to people, not just to the financial risk to business. However, these risks to people tend to also be risk to business because of litigation risk, reputational compliance issues. So human rights due diligence is a key mechanism to address those risks. So we know this is challenging. In UNEP FI, we have developed tools to support financial institutions to fulfill their responsibility to respect human rights, such as our recently launched and publicly available Human Rights Toolkit for financial institutions, and also tools related with how to embed a just transition approach into their activities. In 2023, UNEP FI, together with ILO, developed a guidance on just transition that now will be complemented with 2 projects at the global and regional level in Latin America and the Caribbean, but I will expand on that later.
Thank you, Veronica. So I just wanted to come back to your point about the risk, that everyone likes the benefits, but no one likes the risk. Can you very quickly share with us how FIs can address the challenges that they may face in incorporating all these different approaches you just mentioned just now in the financial decision-making process?
Sure. Well, this is something I want to touch upon later. But for example, the human rights toolkit addressed this, giving guidance on not just on their own operations of the financial institutions, but also the lending and investment activities. And we also know that it's especially challenging for financial institutions. There are two levels that they should address. One is the portfolio level, and one is the transactions level. So the tools give detailed guidance on all of this.
So we talked about all these changes in posture happening globally, and of course it's affecting Asia as well. So how are you at UNEP FI helping the FIs navigate through this? It's a really challenging time.
That is what we're gonna take to these tools. So, giving a little bit more detail. First of all, we know and we have heard here that every day more financial institutions commit to respect human rights, but effectively embedding this into their operations and processes, risk management, is difficult. And as I said, this goes beyond their own operations, and that is where the real impact, or greatest impact that financial institutions can do, because they can influence and enable change in the real economy. So talking about this toolkit I recently touched upon, this is step-by-step guidance. It's really granular. It's an online tool that supports banks to align their practices with the expectations of the UN guiding principles. And here is something important that you mentioned before. You said, how can we do to do a level playing field for all business to follow the same? Because we see different regulations, and regulation some are focused on some specific issues, some are of specific geographic focus, but all of these regulations are trying to implement these international standards. So as long as institutions try to implement and follow the expectation of this standard, that we know which ones are the UN Guiding Principles of Business and Human Rights, the OECD Guidelines for Multinational Enterprises, and ILO Tripartite Declaration. And these standards are grounded in international human rights and labor law. So as far as institutions try to implement those standards, they will be ready to face these new regulations. This is an important point. And as I said, this toolkit is organized or structured around the three main components of the human rights due diligence. So there's guidance on how to develop a policy commitment, but also step-by-step human rights due diligence and access to remedy. And of course, something that has been also addressed in this conference, stakeholder engagement is a cross-cutting issue, and it's a key issue for human rights due diligence, because it's where you actually get the information of the risks for people. So this has a dedicated section. Well, besides human rights, we also have work on just transition. As mentioned, UNEP FI has developed this guidance with ILO on just transition finance that outlines a framework for integrating just transition principles into financial institution governance and strategy. And building on this, we are currently working on two parallel projects. A pilot project that it's a program designed to identify, support, and learn from financial institutions' innovations that contribute to our just transition. And this involves an engagement process where participants will explore innovations, build capacity, and generate real case studies that later will be in a report. A report that will have the case studies, recommendations, and also cross-cutting issues. So the other project is it's focused in Latin America. It looks to translate the Just Transition report to Latin America and context, and the aim is to provide guidance to financial institutions operating in the region on how to integrate this approach and their practices and processes, while also responding to the needs, opportunities, and challenges that the region has. So also looks to highlight the initiatives they are doing. And I will finish now. We would like to just expand this work, so this is an invitation. We would like to do this in Asia as well. I will be happy to speak afterwards if there's interest to develop the more work on just transition here in Asia, or questions about the toolkit.
Thank you, Veronica.
Sorry.
Well, I want to move over to Cynthia. Now, Cynthia, BSR is a sustainability network and also consultancy, and I'm sure you've engaged with a lot of your clients and network, and they must have come to you and say, oh, there are a lot of challenges we face. So what are the biggest or most often heard feedback that you get, and what are the challenges that your network has communicated to you?
Right, yeah. Thank you so much, Eugene. And it's been a pleasure to be invited to this session and speak about BSR experience. So we've been, as Eugene mentioned, we've been kind of working with companies in APAC for quite a while. And that does include Asia headquarter companies, but also multinationals that does have Asia subsidiaries. So from what we've heard from many Asia businesses is that the main challenge is really to juggle multiple different reporting standards. So I think that was also what Eugene mentioned earlier. So aside from all the stock exchange requirements, many companies actually also is facing other requirements coming from their investors or rating agencies, but also other types of legislation that are more specific to ESG issues. So one example is, I'm sure you're all familiar with the Modern Slavery Act. So there are different types of reporting that companies need to juggle, and it tends to be difficult for them to manage all the differences and similarities among this. But on top of that, I think another key challenge that they mentioned is really the resource constraint piece internally. So this was also mentioned in the first session today, that many MNCs, I think to people's maybe surprise but they actually haven't been putting a whole lot of maybe resources or dedicated sustainability personnel in Asia in particular. So from my experience, they typically work with a fewer of 5 people in their teams, and not to mention for SMEs, then it could be just an individual juggling different hats. But as we all know, that a solid sustainability/ESG program, it does require a lot of resources financially, but also headcounts. But on top of that, a good reporting and transparency piece, it also does require coordination within teams of a company. So that includes speaking with human resources teams, procurement teams, etc. But also remember that many multinationals, they also have subsidiaries and markets elsewhere. So it's all that efforts that's required to be able to give a good piece of disclosure and report. And so I think that is the key challenge piece that we've been hearing. But so what is maybe some of the solutions or suggestions that we've been giving to companies on tackling these? I would say that the main piece that we've been communicating to the companies are really to move their lens beyond what to disclose to how to embed ESG and sustainability practices, including human rights, into their business strategies and also their decision-making and everyday management. So the most successful companies are those who are not being pushed by the tides of legislations, but the ones that have clear values in their own agenda on sustainability. So it's quite important for companies to find the reasons of why they should do sustainability beyond regulatory pushes. And I think I just wanted to give one example that I do from a conversation I had lately. It's with a Malaysian recruitment agency that actually said they've invested a whole lot of resources into doing their own recruiter due diligence in migrant workers' home countries. So they do travel to Laos and Cambodia on a regular basis to speak with the recruiter locally and ensuring that they're ethical. And then I asked them, so why are you investing so much into this? And they said that they're willing to do this because they also see the business reasoning as the client of theirs in Malaysia and also in Singapore elsewhere is really demanding foreign workforce from ethical recruitment channels. So I think that is a good example where I think how they've aligned some of the business reasoning to the sustainability practices. So I think that is really the key message I wanted to convey here. So no matter whether legislations have moved fast or slow, or all the geopolitical challenges that we may be seeing now, companies would have their own agenda that they can follow, and this will also bring a lot of stability to their own progress and ambition.
That's really an interesting point. So, notwithstanding what the regulations are and how they're moving, companies have their own ambition. And I was wondering whether you can just touch on this very quickly, but as a follow-on question, so you have all these companies who have an ambition, you have the regulatory uncertainty. How do companies operate in this realm of regulatory uncertainty? Because regulations are different in different countries, and it's a challenge for them. You know, what sort of advice have you given them?
So I think the piece that we've really suggest companies to do is the piece on collaboration, and really to make sure that they've worked with, they do engage with different stakeholders across different regions on a regular basis, including regulators, and making sure that they're conveying some of the frustrations and challenges to the regulators and also other stakeholders at the same time. So I think one example that I have is maybe specifically on the topic of supply chain. I know that is something that many Asian companies are struggling with, especially since there are multi-layer supply chain. That's really hard to trace. And there's so many guidance on what are the best practice of companies doing supply chain management. And that is something that they need to continue to advance on. But I think there's one other piece that I wanted to bring to the panel today is really the importance of collaboration and the joint accountability between I think some of the different actors in the supply chain, specifically the buyers and suppliers. So having worked with many companies, I've observed a significant gap between expectations of sustainability versus, I think, business practices, such as the tendering and purchasing order practices. So the formal sustainability expectations may usually managed by sustainability teams and supply chain team, whereas the business practices may be brought up by their commercial or sales teams. So I think that is the case where we see buyers may set strict supplier standards, but then they would turn around and say that, oh, but please give me this delivery of an order which is low cost, but with really tight timeline. And this really puts suppliers in a difficult position. So I think it's just a broader point that to drive meaningful change, there should be really open dialogue on different actors, and not only talking about sustainability, but also ensuring that some of the business viability and the business elements are considered and aligned in one platform. And I think that is the best way to move the needle on these issues.
The supply chain is really important, and I think a lot of the problems that we face come from the supply chain. So have you seen any best practices that apply particularly to this part of the world for supply chain? And you talked about communication just now and making sure that the different departments talk, but are there any best practices you'd like to recommend?
Yeah, so I would really say the best practice that we often talk to companies are ensuring that, I think to my point earlier, sustainability and human rights expectations should not be a new or standalone process, but in order to make it in fact impactful on long term, it should really be integrated to their existing purchasing and supplier processes. So I think what we typically do with companies is that we would review what are the practices they have already in place and really identify some of the criteria that could be added, such as human rights or forced labor, to really integrate that. So for example, I think many companies already have supplier engagement on a regular basis, and the importance is to ensure that they integrate in a human rights dialogue into those conversations. So it would also be easier for those who are implementing it in-house to take this point and do not consider it as too burdensome. So I think it's kind of killing, two birds in one stone in a nutshell. So yeah, the key recommendations that we have is really to work to ensure that it is not a new process, but it's embedding into really existing practices. And that applies for strategy, but also for supply chain in this case.
That's really good advice. Thank you. So I'm going to turn to Disha now. Disha, most of the rules that we see are coming out today from stock exchanges or even from national frameworks. They're meant for listed companies, but Toram's not a listed company, yet you chose to go around this path. How's this affected you from a stakeholder perspective, from a value add perspective?
Thanks, Eugene. So before we start, I'd like to set the context on who Tolaram is. We are a 76-year-old family business. We have roots in Indonesia, and today we are headquartered in Singapore. We have joint ventures with Kellogg's, Colgate, Arla, and Indofood. So we have diversified our operations across Asia, Africa, Europe. We are 20,000 plus employees strong, which means our impact is up to 1 million people in Africa. We are also Africa's largest consumer packaged goods company. Sustainability within Tolaram, we started this about 5 years ago. So right now we are at the stage where we are trying to integrate sustainability across different operations and the functions. Yes, ESG reporting is not mandatory for us, but ESG regulations, good practice, right? In the long term, we would like to think that we are a responsible business and we have an impact in the communities that we serve and the environments that we operate in. There's also varied examples that we can see across our businesses. So in Estonia, that's in the Baltics, the business unit in the year 2020 outperformed on the 2020 EU climate and energy targets. So they outperformed by 80%. So there was 80% reduction in GHG emissions, 80% renewable share, and 21% improvement in energy efficiency. So this is one example. This is East Europe, right? Here we've gone above and beyond, not just meeting the regulatory or local standards, but we want to set that example for our other businesses. And then we have this case in Egypt where let's take water, for example. Water regulations are there, and it is enforced, so we comply, right? And then we have Nigeria. There are water regulations, but it's not enforced. So as a business, we see the importance of why we need to follow the regulations. We make our business case to the business units, why we need to do it. We support that with evidence on why it has to be done, it must be done. So the businesses now, they realize that ESG is much bigger than what is written on a piece of paper, right? So it's a continuous effort from our side as well to go back to the businesses and say that it is for the long-term value creation. It is for our long-term impact. And our largest footprint, which is in Africa, this particular continent has been disproportionately affected by climate change. There is a lot of social inequality. There are a lot of governance gaps. And Tolaram, because we have a huge footprint in Africa, we want to be the solution for the problems there in that region. Ultimately, it just comes down to this. ESG, it's not just a regulatory requirement. It is a strategic business imperative.
So let's talk about your suppliers, because you've got 20,000 employees, and your suppliers, you just said, are very diverse. So you essentially reach 1 billion people, I understand, through your products. These 1 billion people kind of expect the same standard, right? They're not concerned whether your suppliers come from Africa or Asia. How are you managing this challenge of having this diverse group of suppliers and trying to get some consistent outcome from them?
Okay, so let's talk about the suppliers. We as a group haven't looked into the far end of our supply chain. I'll be honest with you. We know what our value chain looks like, how it functions. The challenge here is also that there is lack of data in the regions that we operate. And it's also the combination of many factors, socioeconomic factors, infrastructure challenges, and a lot of other governance issues as well. So there is the lack of transparency and there is unpredictability in the formal systems. So that is hard. That is a challenge for us. So the approach that we are kind of taking is inside out. So we look at the businesses, our products first, and then we want to look at our supply chain. And that will happen eventually because we are trying to bring that movement from the inside, internally, and then we look externally. So we have conducted materiality assessments that takes into consideration viewpoints of our external stakeholders as well. So our suppliers, consumers, and we ask them what is top of mind for you. So this survey, it covers all areas across E, S, and G. It also includes what is material within the supply chain. Yes, we have conducted the assessment. Now we have a report, and now what do? We still have challenges. We are not there yet. So then the biggest challenge, which is data. We've realized that we don't have good quality data. There is no accuracy. It is inconsistent. So mid-2023, we started what we call the track and measure plan. It's only with this data can we sort of start looking at the recommendations or what we can do, right? If there is no data, I mean, consistent and accurate data, the next step, it's just a moot point. So first, we're doing that, get our data in order, make sure it's accurate, it's consistent, and eventually, we are hoping to get our suppliers on board, have these conversations with them, and then start setting our goals. So hopefully that will start by this year. Yeah.
That internalization is absolutely critical because you can't embark on a sustainability journey if you haven't internalized it yourself. Exactly. So that's great. The second is the pragmatism. I love that because so often I hear about people talking about the lack of data, about the lack of resources, about how difficult it is, and they don't start the journey, whereas you have started and you're improving on it. So kudos to you. Now let me ask about another very related aspect, which is why I mentioned just now, engaging communities. And it's important we engage the communities around us. What have you done in terms of trying to protect the human rights of the communities around you? And how has that come back to benefit your business?
Okay. So the purpose statement at Tolaram is creating possibilities for generations. And we have a 76-year history, and with that history and experience, we have navigated one of the toughest markets in the world. So we have that with us. And we know that we've created a lot of employment opportunities for the people, and it just doesn't stop there. It's also about creating long-term value for the, like I mentioned earlier, for the communities that we serve and the environment that we operate in, right? I have two examples. Okay, great, we have time. At the Lagos Free Zone, what we call the Tolaram Science Challenge, we started that in 2016. It includes 16 schools in the area that we operate in. These schools, the students from these schools, we not just empower them with the time management and financial literacy skills, but it goes beyond that. So over time, they don't just have an educated workforce, but there are better economic opportunities for them and reduced poverty in their communities. That is the ultimate goal, right? That is the ultimate outcome that we want to have as a business, as a responsible business. And then eventually, because we started this project in 2016, eventually today we see cases of students from this program who come back to join our workforce. So that is great, that is a win-win, right? And we have another story on Lush Hair Academy. So Lush is a hair product business in West Africa and South Africa. In South Africa, it's known as Be Beautiful. We have a professional hair school that we started in the year 2021. Back then, it was just 30 students. And in 2022, the numbers say 13,000 plus hairstylists have graduated from this school. Today, the numbers probably doubled. I'm not sure, but... So here, we train the people, the women from the communities, to be self-reliant, to use our hair products. And eventually, they go on to open these salons, and it's a means of decent livelihood for them, right? And again, this is another win-win in the sense that they not only trust our brand and sell the products in their salons and the traditional markets, but they are also empowered to live that life with, contributing to their family. So these are some really good examples, and there's a lot more I can go on, but these are the ones that have really touched a lot of people and have made a lot of impact on many of our communities.
That's great, thank you. So it just shows that you actually need to take this from an ecosystem approach and include that human rights element in everything you do. So I'll hand over to Sean now because I think it's Q&A time.
Perfect. So I know it's hard. We're at the last concurrent session of 2 days. So first of all, as we said from the beginning, our objective was for those who don't know a lot to leave with something, for those who know a lot to leave with more insights. So, I mean, it is an evolving concept. These are famously difficult discussions to have on ESG. It can mean different things to different people, but I think what I really appreciate from our speakers is you've heard really concretely what it means for regulators. We heard, Eugene, what's happening in Asia and even globally. We heard from Zuber, how he's actually being translated locally, and we heard the real reality business context as well as what our colleague from Unipify, Veronica, mentioned of the financial institutions. So that's some of the concrete examples. I'm going to turn to you now, just to be provocative. Is ESG smoke and mirrors from businesses and banks trying to convince the public and NGOs that everything's fine? Or is it a real opportunity to manage risks and unlock billions potentially to make real and lasting and sustainable change? So over to you. Perfect.
Gee, thanks. In fact, I want to know that if this is ESG is just like CSR, a voluntary business strategy, or it is something which is binding on businesses, and in that case, what is the benchmark and limit for the business to go for ESG? This is my question.
Thank you very much. We will take maybe just two more and then we'll come back to you. Very important point, and again, in different contexts, it's starting to mean more than just voluntary principles, but a very important point that in other contexts, it still means just that. So, any other questions, please? The floor is open. Don't forget, this might be one of your last chances to ask questions in the... There we go, there we go.
A lot of stock markets have mechanisms where shareholders can raise complaints for being misled, but it normally requires them to have suffered a loss. So, I mean, that has a number of problems. For example, Chevron misled its shareholders over its role in funding the Myanmar military, but gas prices meant their shares had gone up in value, so there was definitely no complaint there. But there's also no mechanism for anybody else to complain. So when we're talking about including stakeholders, an analogy might be environmental public interest litigation, where countries have laws that allow CSOs or communities to have standing to enforce laws. So is there any space for stock markets or regulators to have mechanisms where the public can raise concerns where shareholders have been misled about claims on ESG? And I think this is particularly important. The head of BlackRock Asset Management, the world's largest asset manager, said in 2021 that the American public was being duped by ESG, and it was causing irreversible harms. So I think more needs to be done. And so linked to that is, has anything changed since 2021?
Thank you very much. Very important point there. We have one more from this. Actually, you know, will you hold? Does anyone else? I just want to check. Any other questions? We have back-to-back men here. I know, yeah, that's a lot of men. Okay, just go to this gentleman. We'll come to the next round, please.
Thank you very much, sir. My question would be that is there any intersection among the different, you can say, frameworks? Because when we ask the industry that there are frameworks and some frameworks they have to follow regarding BHR. And we are also talk about ESG, and there are other business and human rights different framework as well. Should not be there a comprehensive or a cohesive approach instead of introducing different frameworks with different jargons or names? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So back to our panelists, we have a very important question on CSR. It's just an evolution of CSR. Is that where we are with ESG? Secondly, really important point on stakeholder engagement in the ESG space has been very focused on investors, not on rights holders. And if it's going to be taken seriously, is this something that needs to change? And then finally, is just more fragmentation of what really we want to see a more comprehensive, coherent, coordinated even structure of responsibility frameworks. So over to our panel. Whoever would like to jump in? Eugene, I feel you nodding furiously beside me. Oh, okay, please go, Tisha.
I think I'll take the question on is CSR the same as ESG? I've always also had that question. I mean, CSR, corporate social responsibility. So under the S of ESG, that is social sustainability, there is an area called community welfare. So CSR, you just look at the output of your activities, and then ultimately the company has an annual report that shares what they have done under CSR. But when we talk about social sustainability and how that changes what we call CSR, we talk about the impact here, the outcome. So I think that there is a difference, but also sometimes the difference can be blurred a little bit. The understanding can be blurred.
I kind of want to jump in on that because I think that the real difference between CSR, which is something that's voluntary, versus ESG, is accountability. Now, if ESG dictates that you become accountable, and whether it's to the people who provide you capital or to the world around you, you have to be accountable. So this is actually quite a major difference.
Just to be provocative for our speakers, a very important point he raised is it's still just not voluntary in nature, and maybe, I don't know, Cynthia, if you want to tackle that, or in general, CSR versus ESG.
Yeah, sure. So I think from our perspective, I feel like ESG is really a general term that's been more used for the financial sector, whereas I think CSR is more alluding to the corporate responsibility, whereas it's more on I think it's more on the philanthropy side of things as well. But I think there are a lot of different terms that we're using, and I think human rights due diligence is another set of concept that would really emphasize more on company processes and how it should be integrated as a part of their processes. So yeah, I think just some thoughts.
And we might come back to you, Cynthia, but I'm going to jump to you, Veronica. Well, I know you probably have a lot to say, but specifically on the rights holder, because it was a critical point you raised. It's a critical part of the tool you developed. And if ESG is going to be taken seriously, and if I may, even just discussions we've had since yesterday, we've talked about stakeholder engagement. Under the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, that includes investors. Now, are investors the key stakeholders that we need to engage, or do we need to change the language from engagement to participation and change stakeholders to rights holders?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, but I just want to add a little thing of what as just said about this is voluntary or not. Being at risk of being repetitive, I want to stress that an ESG strategy should include human rights and a human rights approach. And this is not just because sometimes it's said like human rights is the S. Yes, it's the core of the S of the ESG, but it's not just like that. Human rights are cross-cutting. We have discussing these days that the environmental issues are also linked to human rights, and also the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights have developed work on how governance issues are also linked to human rights. So just to say that human rights is a cross-cutting issue, but not just that, it's not an issue, it's also a focus. And this is the focus of risk to people, not just risk to business. So, and the last thing is, we used to say that the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights are a voluntary standard, and that is true. But the UN Guiding Principles is a framework that proposes a process, but is based on human rights that have been internationally recognized. And these human rights are not voluntary. It's not voluntary to respect or not human rights. So that's to make that clear. And in terms of stakeholder engagement, that is absolutely a key issue of human rights due diligence. It's impossible to get which ones are the risk to people if you don't talk to these affected stakeholders or right holders. We said that we need to include the voice of these vulnerable groups and communities, not as victims, as we heard yesterday, but as right holders with agency, and acknowledge that some groups, that Indigenous peoples, women, and even youth that we have heard here as well, have been systematically being marginalized from decision making. So here I want to come back to just transition. Climate action is an opportunity to reverse this trend and make them protagonists of this change. And also this engagement on communities, human rights defenders, and affected groups is key to understand those risks for the human rights due diligence. And now come back again to the toolkit and the guide on just transition. There are specific guidance on how financial institutions can do this, not just reviewing the policies and strategies of through client engagement, reviewing, but also supporting them to do this engagement, and even doing direct engagement to these affected groups.
And anyone on the panel want to address this gentleman's
Yes,
point?
I would just like to
Zuber, go
add
ahead,
that.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Few of the questions I would like to answer in one way. I think that CSR is philanthropic, and it was voluntary mostly in the initial level. But gradually, ESG is some way the stricted formal way of CSR. And CSR still be used to attain the ESGs in long term. Another question was that how the stock market, how can the shareholder can be assured of the ESG issues? So one, the annual report, if they disclose the sustainability and climate related disclosure following FRS S1 and S2, that will be ensured, and later their validity will be done by assurance. And assurance is the significant issues that the companies are really following that or thus disclosing. So with the assurance, I think that would be clear to the clear to the clear to the shareholder. Another issue is that there is a question of different regulations. Regulations are different in different parts of the globe, but the same company in a country can operate multinationally in different areas. So they have to comply all the policies. That's why the ISSB was formed in COP26 to integrate all the policies and bring it to one policies and to attain it. So if the regulators and the stakeholders are willing to adopt this single regulation can solve the problem of multi-regulations in the area of business. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zuber. Thank you very fast. I want to do one round. We didn't answer this gentleman's question, and we might come back to it, but I also want to take one more round of questions going to this gentleman here. Thank you.
Thanks for sharing your stories and your passion. It's contagious. Yeah. The first question for economies in ASEAN. So what's the magic recipe? Is it commitment from the leadership? Is it fiscal reserves? Is it a private equity job being done with civil service salaries to create markets? What's the magic recipe? Thanks.
We'll just keep going. This is our last chance. No pressure. ESG is under pressure. Oh, there you go. There, you're under pressure. Over to you.
Just to speak about some points that were raised about regulations and what are sort of the expectations for businesses if you are working in a context where the regulations, like for example, we have recently in the United States the rollback on DEI and LGBTQ rights. So, what role or what are the expectations for company who are in a way working in contexts where regulations might not be at par to international human rights standards?
Thank you. I think we'll just jump in straight away. I think that might be a good one, Cynthia. Do you want to pick up on either of those? On the SME focus and the expectation for companies?
Yeah, sure. So I think I'll pick up on the second one on what companies the gentleman's questions on what companies should work on in response to some of the challenges if they're not willing to. So I think going back to my point earlier, I think part of it is really about ensuring that companies does work around their own agenda. So ensuring that they are also following some of the national government suggestions and also building their own agenda is really key to ensuring that they're not being just pushed by legislations. And I think that is one point, and I'll maybe come back to this later.
I think, Veronica, one question is directed at yourself as well.
Yes, on SMEs. Well, I directly work a lot in Latin America, and Latin America has a high prevalence of SMEs, like 99% of the businesses, and not just important for the economy, but also for the workforce, and there's a lot of efforts from banks in Latin America to produce products to integrate and support SMEs, not just the indigenous transition, but to perform businesses in the region. I am not aware of a specific global fund for SMEs, but yeah.
Eugene?
That's an excellent question, and actually if we go back to the word standards, it means to standardize. So these standards which have been created to standardize, actually creating more fragmentation. For example, taxonomies, when we first started, there were below 20, there are 50 taxonomies today. So we are never going to get one single standard, one single framework, because everyone's facing different circumstances, there are different starting points. So the key is interoperability. People need to sit down and agree what they recognize of each other's standards. I think that is the one practical way to do it. My friend Tim is from GFANS. GFANS is also bringing people together to develop common approaches. That's what we have to do more of.
Okay, perfect. I mean, maybe just to go back to this gentleman's point again, and I think you just touched on it, these all have evolved in different areas, in different ways, these frameworks. I think one good example, if you were in a country right now and you're either advocating for or about to regulate around corporate responsibility, human rights, ESG, you would be looking around the world to see what have been the other examples. I mean, just to look at the European Union, the fragmentation and the massive pushback from businesses to say, you need to make this interoperable, you need to make this harmonized, otherwise we won't be able to survive. So, of course, there are lessons learned there. I think it's understanding that they have evolved in different ways. It's understanding that it's complicated. But I think you make a very important point. It is time to bring them together. Otherwise, the effectiveness of them over time will just reduce. And I think interoperability is a very important point. So maybe just to conclude, we have 30 to 45 seconds each for the speakers to think about maybe what your key takeaway here for the day is. And, I don't necessarily think we need to have made massive conclusions. This is a topic that has constantly evolved. It has excited as much as frustrated people, from NGOs all the way to bankers, regulators. So I think it will continue to do that. But what would be your, one takeaway from this or one hope for the future on ESG? And maybe we can start with, in no order. It's a hard one, 30 seconds. Disha, do you want to jump in?
ESG practices and human rights standards, right? What Veronica just shared, I resonate with that because you never see these topics in silos. There's always overlaps, and every time at Tolarama when we discuss these areas with our stakeholders, it's really important for us to try and understand where the overlaps are and why it's really important to look at all these topics together. And that has become more obvious in today's panel discussions. That would be my main takeaway. And also interoperability. Agree.
Thank you very much. Eugene, you're wetting your lips. No, I'm going to come to you last. Sorry. Veronica, do you want to jump in?
Thank you. And I totally address this is especially, and I want to come back to just transition. This just transition is where the social, human rights, and environmental climate issues are interlinked, and human rights should be at the center. And one specific thing I want to raise, the last one, is we are not looking for risk-free activities. We know that all business activity create risks, but we do not expect businesses to address all of them at the same time. As we hear from Disha, they have huge supply chains for financial institutions, huge portfolios. So what we expect, like stakeholder expect for business, is to disclose how they identify risks. And this including through stakeholder consultation or engagement, how they assess and prioritize these salient or the most severe ones, and how they take action on them. So it's not, because this sometimes looks like overwhelming task, but it's a process and it's a way of prioritize the most salient and urgent risks.
Thank you very much, Veronica. I'm actually going to Zuber online before I come to you, Cynthia. Sorry. Zuber, do you have any final takeaways?
Thank you. My takeaway is that human right toolkits in lending and investing, I would like to incorporate it on our ESDD toolkit. And last remarks from all, that ESG approach is the best way to address the transition, to reduce the transition risk, as well as grabbing the transition opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zuber. And Cynthia, over to you.
I think my takeaway is similar to Veronica, building on what Veronica says. I don't think this ESG is supposed to be going one step to the perfect, but it's more about really communicating what are the challenges and also the intermediate steps that companies would like to take to reach to the end goal. So I think also to the point of, for some companies that have less resources, I think they should really keep this point in mind, so that don't be afraid of this concept, but just keep trying, and there will be mistakes, there wouldn't be perfect, but it's an important journey that we should all take on together.
We have to start somewhere. Thank you so much, Cynthia. Eugene, one of the final words to you.
Well, first we have to recognize that all these differences will never get everything right and perfect. but we have to keep the momentum going, and we need to collaborate to do that. So mutual respect is very important, mutual understanding, and we need to start moving.
Okay, thank you very much. I mean, you might, if I'm not allowed to jump in as a moderator, but I do think, this idea that ESG, we've tracked these discussions over a while, and it can mean something. It can mean something, but it depends on what you're making it mean. It depends on if human rights are at the core of it, if human rights due diligence is at the core of it. It depends if participation is really at the core of it, or if it is just a framework for investors to make better decisions. ESG can mean something. It does depend on what goes into it. And I think what we've seen recently, it depends if you make it mandatory. If you actually make those words, give them criteria and the taxonomies that are important around that. So moving it beyond something voluntary and moving it into hard law is also very important. So with that, if you don't mind giving me or giving us a huge round of applause for our speakers. And thank you very much. And if you don't mind also, there'll be a feedback QR code on this. I just want to thank you all for your time as well. So enjoy your coffee break, and we'll be back here at 3:30. Thank you again. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No, very difficult. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Hope everyone is okay, still standing, which is fantastic. First of all, so thank you so much to everybody for a whirlwind, but really important and impactful and important discussion over the last 2 days. So for the final time, my name is Belinda Hlatrayo, and I have the honor of welcoming Ms. Neve Collier-Smith, the UNDP resident representative for UNDP Thailand, to give us a vote of thanks and closing remarks. Over to Neve.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for allowing me to share a few moments of your conference with you. To Brooke, and please also pass our best wishes to Sylvia for a speedy recovery, and to all the distinguished guests, colleagues and friends that joined the discussion today. It's my real pleasure to say a few words in conclusion of this Corporate Sustainability and Environmental Rights in Asia conference. I want to start by saying thank you to all the people involved, and there have been many of them, including our partners at the UN Environment Programme, at the United Nations Children Fund, at the International Union for Conservation of Nature. Your continued collaboration and dedication to this topic has made not just these 2 days meaningful, but also created this excellent platform for knowledge sharing and collaboration that I hope that will extend long past the conference is finished. I know now that over the last 2 days, and I wish I'd had the time to stay fully with you during those 2 days, but I know that you've engaged in a really dynamic discussion, that you've shared some innovative solutions, and that I hope you've forged some seeds for what will be new partnerships for corporate sustainability in Asia coming out of this session. And from discussions with many of you in the sidelines and from listening to my team, there's a very clear takeaway. And it's that businesses must move beyond disclosure to really meaningful action, embedding their human rights and environmental due diligence into core strategies, into their decision-making processes, and importantly, into their supply chains. Transparency and disclosures are great, and this is an important first step, but it isn't enough. Corporate sustainability has to really be focused on the impact, about preventing harm and driving positive change. And this is important, as you have discussed, not least because businesses aren't just market players anymore. By ensuring that their corporate actions align with the right to a clean, healthy, and safe environment, businesses can be at the heart of driving social change. Now, as a host country for this conference, Thailand itself has made significant strides in advancing this agenda, including through key regulatory measures. And it's our pleasure as UNDP in Thailand to work closely with the government on its efforts in this respect. Like, for example, there's the new Draft Climate Change Act, aiming for carbon neutrality by 2050 and net zero emissions by 2065. There's the second National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, which recognizes environmental issues and climate change as emerging human rights concerns. There's mandatory ESG reporting, or one reporting requirements, for all Thai-listed companies, integrating human rights and climate action into corporate disclosures. And there's also the development of mandatory human rights due diligence, which is underway. Now, some Thai businesses, particularly some large corporations, are already taking very active measures, lowering carbon and methane emissions, reducing deforestation risks in their supply chains, and embracing circular economy principles. However, for sustainability to be fully realized, these efforts have to extend to all large corporations and, importantly, beyond that, to really include small and medium-sized enterprises, which here in Thailand account for about 90% of the business community. SMEs, again, as I know you've discussed, face challenges in adopting sustainability practices. It could be due to limited financial resources, technical knowledge, or access to green technologies. Some still engage in harmful environmental activities, such as deforestation, poor waste management, and each contributing to climate change and pollution. And if left unaddressed, these environmental issues will exacerbate social problems, economic insecurity, inequality, and poverty, and ultimately impact the fundamental right to right to health, the right to work, the right to education, and even the right to life. Like many countries in the region, Thailand is facing challenges in making progress towards particular sustainable development goals, especially those related to the environment. SDG 13 on climate action, SDG 14 on life below water, and SDG 15 on life on land. Now, stepping up action, public and private action, in the ways that you have talked about over the last 2 days, is therefore an opportunity to accelerate SDG progress across all of the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, I stress public and private action because, of course, this isn't just about the business community. As is the case for nearly all the Sustainable Development Goals, impact happens when different sectors and different parts of society work together. Governments have a catalytic role to play in this transformation. With policy guidance, financial incentives, and capacity building support, they can create the environment, especially for SMEs, to transition towards more sustainable operations. A well-supported policy framework can help to ensure inclusivity, leveling the playing field for all businesses, regardless of size or sector. Parliamentarians and lawmakers have a role to play. Evidence suggests that countries that enshrine environmental protections into their constitution, countries such as Argentina, Costa Rica, and the Philippines, are more likely to be successful in reducing their ecological footprint and pollution levels. And crucially, civil society has a role to play. They help to monitor and report environmental violations, to help hold corporations and policymakers to account, and to empower communities to take action against real environmental threats. Now, despite this important role, we know that environmental defenders across the region are facing growing threats. Strategic lawsuits against public participation, or SLAPs, are increasingly being used to silence activists, weakening freedom of expression. A UNDP report, for example, found that between 1997 and 2022, 109 SLAP cases were initiated by businesses and state enterprises, with over half, or 52% of those, related to natural resources and environmental concerns. This is a cause for great concern, because environmental defenders are allies in ensuring sustainable development, human rights, and democracy. They're playing their role in this process, and that role really must be protected. So as we close the conference today, the real work is only going to begin. As UNDP, we remain committed to working with governments, businesses, financial institutions to integrate sustainability and human rights into business practices. We'll continue to support regulatory alignment, responsible investment, and practical implementation tools across Asia. And we urge business leaders, policymakers, and civil society actors to take the insights from this conference and to turn them into action. The path ahead, we know it, and you talked about it for the last 2 days, requires bold leadership. It's going to require continued meaningful collaboration and unwavering commitment, not just to adapt to change, but to drive it. And I hope that together you'll take the work forward from here and build businesses which are not just accountable, but also lead the way in sustainability, human rights, and environmental stewardship. With that, thank you so much for your time. Kapkunika.
Should I? Okay, great. Thank you very much to the resident representative for these inspiring remarks as we start the closing session. My name is Brooke Yamakoshi, and I am a Water, Sanitation, and Hygiene Manager with UNICEF's East Asia and Pacific Regional Office here in Bangkok. It's really a pleasure to be with you and to have joined some of the very rich discussions today. So now we're going to briefly turn, just in a moment, turn it over to a panel discussion to hear some of the key insights and reflections on the past 2 days. And in this, we really want to focus on how we can ensure meaningful collaboration between businesses, communities, workers, young people, and environmental defenders. We also want to discuss emerging regulatory, environmental, and social trends, and how businesses can adapt to evolving expectations while ensuring long-term resilience. So by way of introduction, I wanted to share a few summary points from the co-organizers of this event over these 2 days. And as we just heard from the resident representative, we've heard this week that the erosion of the rule of law and civic space in Asia and the Pacific is a major concern. Latin America and this region, the Asia and Pacific region, were the 2 most dangerous regions for environmental human rights defenders in 2023. And over the past 2 days, we've heard that businesses must respect human rights, operate in an environmentally sustainable way, complying with environmental laws, and ensure that there are no violations of human or environmental rights in their operations or value chains. This approach is really essential if we want to tackle the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, and leave no one behind. We also heard that there will be a 6th forum of ministers of and environmental authorities of Asia and the Pacific that will take place in August of this year in Nandi, Fiji. And this is a vital regional preparatory meeting prior to the 7th session of the UN Environment Assembly, taking place in December this year in Nairobi. The common theme, Advancing Sustainable Solutions for a Resilient Planet, sends an important message to maintain and increase ambition for the environmental agenda in these challenging and uncertain times. So we also heard a lot on sustainable financing and on private sector engagement, that sustainable financing must not only raise more money, but also ensure that existing funds are directly accessible to the sectors that are most in need. On private sector engagement, we heard how it is a prerequisite for a whole-of-ecosystem strategy towards environmental sustainability. Businesses are not only sources of capital, but also drivers of technological innovation and enablers of social change through their market-wide influence. So with these short reflections, I want to now turn it over to our panel, and I'd like to introduce our distinguished panelists. First, we have Mr. Mohammed Jamil, who is the Joint Secretary for Development in the Ministry of Climate Change in Pakistan. And seated next to him, we have Ang Wen, who is a member of the UNICEF East Asia and Pacific Regional Office's Young People's Action Team, or YPAT. And to her left, we have Dindo Kamiplan, who is the Regional Director of for Oceania of IUCN. Seated to my right is Ben Hardman, who is the Mekong Legal Director at Earth Rights International. And seated next to him is our colleague Ghislaine Nadad, who is the Senior Sustainable Investing Specialist at Robeco. And so now, for our first question, we wanted to really get some reflections from our panelists about the priorities that they heard this week. So I'd like to start with Mr. Jamil. What do you think are the most urgent priorities for businesses, governments, and civil society in ensuring corporate sustainability and environmental rights in Asia?
Honorable participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, good evening. There was a time when business mean the earning of profits, and the government was concerned with the taxes, and the people had their demand of goods. But now that time has changed. Basically, the environmental concern has changed the entire spectrum. Now, we have realization that without environment protections, no business viability is there. Neither the buyers are ready to buy the things, nor it is the government which can afford to ignore the environmental considerations. These environmental considerations have led to another change, shift in the business. So that is, now we are going to have AI tools, we are going to have automations, and we are going to have robotics, and other such interventions. These interventions are likely to displace the jobs. So now the business interventions for the sake of environment are not enough, but there is now another allied issue, and the allied issue is human rights issues. Now the buyers are no more the passive buyers. They are very much sensitive about the environmental issues as well as the human rights issues. So for that matter, the priorities have been changed now. So the priorities on the part of government, the priorities on the part of businesses, and the priorities of the civil societies. So all they have, or rather they will have to change their priorities. For the businesses, we were just discussing there was a mechanism of CSR, but there were loopholes in the system as well. Now we are having the ESG system. I hope that this will work, and the businesses should set this strategy, and letter and spirit, they should follow it. Without this, I don't see there will be any viable solution for the governments, because for human rights action, we will need money. So from where this money will come? Apparently, there is the constitution of this ESG. As far as the environment is concerned, the businesses will adopt principle of circular economies. They will invest in clean and renewable energies, and obviously they will be having more and more demand for these things. They will set science-based targets aligned with the Paris Agreement. They will be strengthening the environmental, social, and governmental reporting system for ESG purposes, ensure fair labor practices, protect forest, ocean, and ecosystem, will consider reskilling and upskilling of the employees so that the job displacement is minimum. The businesses will coordinate with the governments and local communities to have policies and intervention for social protections. Now it will be mandatory for all three stakeholders to sit together and to find out the solution. Otherwise, none can be in the advantageous position. Yes, the government, they will have to take these strict regulatory measures. They will have to update their policy interventions for this interest of environmental protections, as well as they will have to oversee and reset the priorities to ensure the human rights and social protections. They will provide incentive for businesses investing in sustainability. Yes, the government will have to incentivize the businesses in terms of taxes and in any way to promote the environment-friendly businesses. Similarly, the government can take financial steps which may include green bonds and such sort of financial arrangements. The other thing is that this is not the local issue, but the environment is also transboundary issue. So the governments and particularly the neighbors and even over the globe, the people will have to have discussions to resolve these issues at the global level. Yes, the society, if the society will be passive and sleeping, so they will not be able to ensure their the protection, human rights protections, nor they will be able to save the environment. The society will have to be very much active. Society means the NGOs, the media, the youth, and everyone, they will continue to pressurize the corporations and the governments to uphold the environment as well as the human rights, hold businesses accountable for environmental violations, push the stronger environmental laws and legal mechanisms, promote eco-friendly products and ethical consumerism, mobilize local communities to resist harmful corporate practices, foster climate adaptation initiative at the local levels. So for the last 2 days, what we have been discussing, so I gathered these things. So these are my views. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jamil. This is very comprehensive for us and great reflections here, very rich on businesses, governments, and civil society and how their roles complement each other. Maybe, Eng, now I would like to move on to you. Same question. What do you see as the most urgent priorities coming out of these discussions from the past couple of days?
Thank you, Brooke. So the world is burning, livelihoods are collapsing, and yet corporations continue to use sustainability as a brand strategy rather than a fundamental obligation. The uncomfortable truth is that these corporations, these businesses champion ESG only when it profits them, not when it conflicts with their bottom lines. Where are they when these costs of decarbonization fails or falls on precarious workers, informal economies, and climate vulnerable women and children? So, priorities. 1, institutionalizing gender responsive and youth inclusive climate action. Women and youth remain the main shock absorbers of corporate inaction. As we push for a just transition, we have to ask, just for who? If decision-making bodies are not legally bound to include gender-responsive and youth-inclusive indicators, then corporate sustainability is failing the very people that it claims to protect. Sustainability education as well has to be gender-responsive, where women and children should have access to knowledge and opportunities necessary to transition into the green economy. 2, end financial and informational gatekeeping. Sustainability financing disproportionately favors corporations, while youth-led and grassroots initiatives remain underfunded and structurally excluded. Funding must be inclusive and flexible. Sustainability must be accessible to all stakeholders, not just industry insiders. 3, accountability must be legally blinding, not voluntary. I think we can stop pretending that voluntary commitments work. Businesses must be legally bound by mandatory human rights and environmental due diligence, not just encouraged to strive towards ESG practices. This means binding gender-responsive and youth-inclusive ESG disclosures, legally enforceable climate transition plans that do not externalize the costs onto vulnerable groups and workers, independent verification of supply chain claims. Self-reported progress is a conflict of interest, and I'd like to quote Angela Davis. She reminds us that I am no longer accepting the things I cannot change. I am changing the things I cannot accept. There is no neutral position in this fight. To remain silent, to hesitate, to delay action, these are the choices that sustain injustice. And in 2025, where transparency should be the norm, obfuscation is a betrayal. And the crisis we face is not a lack of knowledge at all, it is a lack of will. And for those in positions of power, I ask you this one question: will history remember you as an architect of real change or as the enablers of a systemic failure? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eng. A very clear call on equity and accountability, so thank you very much for that. Dindo, I would now like to turn to you from IUCN's perspective on some of the priorities that you see emerging from the past 2 days.
Thank you, Brooke. I assume you mean meaningful actions we're going to take after these 2 days. And I was just reflecting from yesterday, and I realized that before we can do meaningful action, we also need to build on meaningful thinking and meaningful conversation. And I'm saying that because I think one priority, which I observe even from this meeting, is how we can adopt and build in a common language as the foundation of acting together. By common language isn't just about making sure that we understand each other, but that we actually mean and we look at the same vision for us. Two very practical examples. We look at it from the theme of this conference, ecosystem. Around this room, we have very different understanding of what ecosystem is. Depends whether you're from the private sector or you're from IUCN or from local communities, right? I've heard it in the corridors and the coffee breaks. Something very simple like that. In many of the sessions, I also heard people using terms interchangeably, environment, nature, biodiversity. I mean, there are subtle differences, but they're very important when we start target setting. So to me, language is important, also because it's a foundation of what we agree to do next. But beyond that, it's also important when we say language, language that allows us to connect and to convene. And let's try to avoid language that divides us, language that sounds dogmatic, nor language that seems to romanticize. We should promote a marketplace of ideas and opinion. This is the point of this whole conference. I'd like to see more of this. We've seen part of that this week. Second one is we also call this conference, by the theme, responsibility, right? I think we have heard from yesterday and moving forward that we cannot continue to convince, whether it's private sector or government or communities, to invest in nature or biodiversity because it is a social responsibility. It cannot just be that. We cannot use social responsibility as the basis. In the case of the private sector, for example, they must invest in nature because they believe it is good for their business and their business models. That's the only way. We cannot look at the business as charity, as investing in nature because it's part of a CSR budget. I think that is important. And I said this in the previous edition. If we want to change the business of nature, we need to start by changing the nature of business. This conference proceeding is also very important because it provides us insight, but we already knew this in the past and we reinforce it today. The basic principles underlying responsibility in the corporate and other sectors. We agree, there's consensus. We talk about giving voice to the unheard. We talk about a whole of ecosystem, whole of society approach, enabling the disenfranchised. I think we need to get beyond that now because we have already agreed on the principles. Can we agree on something concrete, tangible, time-bound, and something that we can hold ourselves accountable for? I'll give you a few examples. Yesterday in the session where I joined, we talked about the COPs. I don't know if Sean is still around here, right? What can we do from today? When we go home, remember, our states, we're supposed to submit their updated NDCs 10th of February. You can count how many countries have resubmitted, which means, look at the list. When you go back, we talk about how indigenous people, local communities, private sector can be engaged. Go and check. If your country hasn't submitted their revised NDCs, that is a quick opportunity. The same for the NBSAPs, for biodiversity. You can just look at the CBD Secretariat. I think those are two very concrete ways of using the knowledge that came out of this conference to go out there and influence. Because your countries, our countries, they're supposed to have submitted that. I also made a play yesterday about things that we have already agreed on but are not yet enforced. And my favorite example is the Treaty of the High Seas. Biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. We talk about biodiversity, but much of the biodiversity out there is beyond national jurisdiction. Countries adopted it 2 years ago. How many have ratified it? Far from the 60 that is required for the treaty to take effect and be binding. So look at the list. So what I'm saying is there are very concrete ways that we can take action beyond the ideas that we shared today. Let's focus on those because we have already agreed on the underlying principles. I think my last message is around the private business sector because we talk about it. I think it's very important, especially in the context of Asia, that we cannot view the private business sector as something monolithic. Private business sectors as diverse as they could be, between SMEs, between global corporates, state enterprises, startups. While we agree that there are certain types of behaviors and performance and objectives that are common across, let's focus on those that are distinct of each of those, and avoid applying the same generic observation across everything and accuse the entire private business sector of the same, if you say, crimes or the same misbehaviors. They're not. There are a lot good private business sector as there are what you probably call bad. But that's not the point. The point is that's why we come together, because we agree to learn together, to co-create, and to take action together. And I think that's the best and most effective and most important outcome of this conference. Thank you, Brett.
Great, thank you very much, Tindo. A very clear call to action to move from the discussions that we've had here and the things that we all agree on to see how we can find some concrete actions together coming out of this 2 days. So thank you very much. I'd like to turn now to my right and maybe starting with Ben, move on to talk a little bit about how you see that businesses can effectively collaborate with communities, with workers, and with environmental defenders to build trust and improve risk management in the evolving regulatory landscape, a topic I think we've spent a lot of time on over these past 2 days.
Thank you. And I think what I'd like to say follows on really well from the previous panelists. I mean, Earth Rights, our background is we see the worst cases. We see the worst examples of pollution, of human rights abuses. And I fully agree that the corporate sector is very diverse. And I think what we need is to see companies, investors that are responsibly minded to work with civil society to create more accountability. You know, for some things, for some communities, things have improved over the last 2 decades. Total Energies went into Myanmar in 1992, shortly after the last military takeover. This time around, they felt the need to divest because of pressure from shareholders, albeit they did so irresponsibly. The parent company litigation that was talked about in the first session is more possible because of the UN guiding principles. You can't say our subsidiary has nothing to do with us when you tell all your investors that you monitor your whole supply chain and your whole group. And so, look, how can companies engage? Earth Rights, if you look at our website, we have what we call the LEAD tools, local engagement, action, and dialogue tools. We didn't create these. These are ones that just are widely used. They focus on participatory action research. So, for example, we work with communities in Tilawa, a special economic zone outside Yangon, where they designed their own grievance mechanism, presented that to the SEZ management committee, to funders like JICA, who flat out said, no, we want nothing to do with that. But that kind of thing that is community-led is what companies can do most effectively, I think. That includes as well things like community health impact assessments. So rather than having just an EIA, you have a community-led process where they do their own impact assessment. You can have community benefit agreements where communities are given concrete rights that they can enforce. And I think, you know, as my background is, I'm a lawyer, that question, what can companies do? But can and must are very, very, very different. And this morning's session talked about about trust, a trust deficit. And I think that's completely the wrong approach. There's an accountability deficit. As a former corporate lawyer, if I'd said to my clients, invest this money, bet your company, just trust them, it'll be okay, I wouldn't have been a lawyer very long. You don't trust. You have measures, you have contracts, you have insurance. You do need some trust, but you need the backup for when things go wrong. For most investments, there won't be terrible human rights abuses, but for the ones that are, you need this accountability and not trust. You know, the OECD guidelines say government should put in place binding measures for companies to raise complaints and then ask communities to have voluntary things. So I think after 500 years of extractivism, saying to indigenous peoples, trust us, it's a form of gaslighting. You know, companies respond to incentives. The polluter pays principle isn't new. That needs to be actually put into practice. I'm going to give you 2 examples that Earth Rights has worked on. One is we were founded over a lawsuit against Unocal, now Chevron, for a pipeline in Myanmar that resulted in rape, torture, and murder. And that was possible under the Alien Tort Statute, a bit of Byzantine, well, not quite Byzantine, 18th century legislation. It's since been narrowed down and it's almost impossible to use. But it enabled communities to hold a company to account. And the response has been for the courts to narrow that down and to replace it with voluntary guidelines. So rather than saying, oh gosh, we should probably be liable for murder, the corporate response from the worst companies has been, let's have some voluntary guidelines. And so the other example is the IFC. The IFC lent money to Dinant, a Honduran company. They were told if you do this, bad things will happen. They did it anyway, bad things happened. The ombudsman said this was our fault, your fault, for not following your own standards. 40 campesinos were murdered. And the response at the IFC was, oh well, we have immunity from suit. They said we have immunity when they were sued. And so eventually, with communities, Earthrights was able to sue them in the US, confirm they don't have immunity, and a settlement was reached. But you can't talk about trust when the IRC's response to that kind of egregious human rights abuse is immunity. And so when we talk about the evolving regulatory landscape, let's look how we deal with other regulatory issues, bribery, corruption, money laundering. We have in place very strong methods to deal with those. When I was a lawyer in the UK, money laundering, to clamp down on that, the government said, as a lawyer, when you take a client's money, if you don't know where it's from, you lose your license or go to prison. And so that made us as lawyers much more effective at doing anti-money laundering work. The SEC, in most countries, stock exchanges, you can be sued for misleading shareholders. Ships have insurance that if they cause pollution, both governments and communities can claim for damages. So there are all these measures already exist. So I'm not suggesting that we treat human rights differently. We're just saying that if you want genuine regulation, if you really care about it, it needs to be more. Stakeholder engagement can prevent reputational harm, but that's not enough. Companies and governments didn't think the risk of misleading shareholders, the risk of bribery and corruption would be stopped by reputational harm. We went further, we had binding regulations, and it needs to be the same for human rights.
Great, thank you very much, Ben. Very thought-provoking reflections on how to create and have a call for greater accountability and the role that communities can also participate in that. So thank you very much. Now I'd like to turn to Ghislaine, who's been very patient, for your views on collaboration.
Thank you, and I will give a view from an investor perspective. Well, I agree that with Ben that we have to hold companies accountable if they don't meet human rights standards and expectations, but I also think that as an investor we can do that via, for example, divestment. But that is really the last resort, because I think then we lose all the influence that we have. And first of all, we have to use our influence to improve the situation, or to try to improve the situation. So how can we do that? We can do that via engagement with companies that we invest in. And in our engagement, as I also explained this morning, we touch upon, we include as an engagement objectives that companies have to do stakeholder engagement, meaning stakeholder engagement. How can businesses more effectively collaborate with communities and workers and environmental defenders and improve that stakeholder engagement? Well, I think for ourselves, as we are further away from what is happening on the ground, we have to have that discussions with the companies. They have to show evidence to us, explain challenges, and we have to have more direct communication with the stakeholders. So how can we do that? We can do that via engagements with NGOs, via engagements with industry initiatives. For example, the RSPO has also representatives of environmental and social NGOs. So that is how we can get information and also collaborate with stakeholders. I think we also have to think out of the box to improve collaboration with rights holders as an investor. So that would mean invite specific groups to a roundtable that we organize with other investors to listen and to share experiences or share stories, because what I also mentioned this morning, the challenge is that we are working in totally different areas, different sectors, so that would help to understand each other better, and then I think you can see opportunities for better collaboration. On top of corporate engagement, we also do public policy engagement, and the governments are, of course, also very important stakeholders. So as an investor, as a bondholder, sovereign bondholder, we can engage with governments and include this topic in our engagement as well to improve regulations or standards or implementation thereof. And last but not least, to understand each other better and for better collaboration. And again, thinking out of the box, we could also do an exchange. Somebody from an NGO works at our place for 3 months, and I work at Ben's place for 3 months. So I think that would also help building trust, collaboration, and if we don't meet or follow up on what we agree on, then of course you can hold accountable.
I love that idea of just ways, out-of-the-box ways of getting deeper understanding between these different stakeholders, and also really great points on, from your perspective as an investor, on corporate engagement and also public policy engagement with governments. So thank you very much. I think we're nearing the end of the time and the end of our day, so I'd just like to do kind of a rapid round now with all of our panelists, and maybe I'll start with you again, Ghislaine, on some of the key takeaways from today, maybe just 1 to 2 minutes each on some of your final thoughts, final points as we move towards concluding these 2 days.
First of all, I'm very happy that we have this conference that focuses on human rights and environment. I think there are not a lot of places where we discuss these both topics. We see it's more and more interlinked. The just transition, of course, is an example, and it gives us also the opportunity to discuss human rights in difficult countries maybe, or difficult situations. So I'm very happy that we have that cross discussion here, and I think it's important because what we see is there are first, I think 14 years ago, sustainability was there, general ESG. It got specialized, so we have environmental specialists, we have social specialists, we have governance specialists, we have biodiversity specialists, but we have to work together. So I think that is something that was underlined in this conference as well.
Thank you. Great way to end with that call for collaboration. Ben, over to you.
Yeah, I'm going to share another anecdote about our work on rare earths with communities in Kachin in Myanmar. When I was speaking to US colleagues about is there anything we can do to hold international companies that have business supply chains more accountable, the first question was, is there any child slavery involved? Because many countries, the US, the UK, have put in place laws that say, oh, that's actually a no-no. Even if it's down your supply chain, you can't be involved in that. I then had conversations with car companies who couldn't tell me, actually, it hadn't worked out how much of these rare earths they were taking from Myanmar, even though it's 2/3 of a global supply. But they also asked me, is there any child labor involved? Because whether that's because of being concerned about compliance risks, or whether it's people within the CSR department looking for ways to get leverage internally, they know that child slavery is something we're not okay with. So we put in place laws. We're still okay with theft of indigenous land and other offences. So we can change that, but it does require new regulation.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jamil, over to you for your final thoughts.
Thank you. For 2 days, we, business leaders, policymakers, and leaders of the civil society, we have been discussing the core issue of climate and human rights. And we shared our knowledge, our perspectives, but even more, we shared our feelings and our thoughts, that what we feel and what are our thoughts about the environment. We are going back our homes with the seeds of these thoughts that environment is very important, that human right is very important. I think this is more important for us, that this message will again go across the globe, and we will communicate to other members of societies, and as we realized, and we will be able to make other people realize that these are the challenges and issues. And obviously, when we try to explore the solution, although during this discussion, we couldn't find the perfect solution, but solution will be there. When we will be start thinking about it and realizing it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jamil. Ang, over to you.
Thank you. Over the past 2 days, this conference has reinforced a critical truth. Those historically excluded from decision-making, Indigenous voices, youth, and Global South must be at the center of sustainability governance. 3 key takeaways, I'll make it quick, that I hope you carry forward is binding accountability, not empty promises. Governance must be binding, accountability must be legally enforced, and inclusion must be institutionalized. Second, sustainability beyond exploitation. The coming Montreal Framework offers a clear roadmap, yet strategies remain detached. Businesses must move beyond short-term extraction to resource circularity, ecosystem regeneration, and intergenerational equity. The final one is to democratize sustainability. Governance structure must favor established youth and marginalized communities without formal mechanisms to challenge ESG decisions. And as I emphasized yesterday, change happens at all levels, but the problem solvers are always the one closest to the problems. They're not just stakeholders, they must be at the center of the solutions. And these groups, oftentimes vulnerable, will have to be centralized. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ang. And Dindo, why don't you...
Thank you, Brooke. I must start by thanking the other co-organizers for the event and for making IUCN part of this, of the first and the second edition. And I completely agree that this is one of the few places where we talk about environmental protection and rights. And just full disclosure, well, of course I'm here, I'm wearing the hat of IUCN, I'm the face of nature and biodiversity. The truth is, before I joined IUCN, some years back, my immediate past job was exactly on rights. I was with the International Labour Organization working on rights and decent work in Myanmar and crime. So this is perfect for me. This is part of my past, and now I'm working on nature. So yes, I do have a personal agenda, but also I want to thank really our partners. Belinda, if you're around, oh, there. Yes, we promise to do more of this, but we want to build on something. We don't want to repeat and talk about the same thing. We want to show progress, and that's a promise that all of us, sorry, the logos aren't here. We, the organizers, promise there's going to be something new and different each time you come. But two small messages at the end, and more of like a plea, because I heard a lot from around the room. I was talking to some of the youth and some of the CSOs, and they said, yes, but we're really just doing something small. But we have to start from something small, but yet concrete. And those of us, and let me give you a good example, those of us who live here in Bangkok, see in IUCN, if you see our office, I mean, we go around preaching about being green and clean. And so at the office, I make sure that we really walk the talk. What is a good example? You know, these deliveries, food deliveries for lunch. I see the staff in the office, they go out for lunch, they come back with these 3 to 5 plastic bags. That's now banned in the office. If you are a Grab delivery man, you have to stop outside, you cannot come in. I mean, it's a very simple thing, but then I realize it can be very difficult. It's a cultural shift, it's a mind shift. For some people, it's unthinkable. How could you ban us from bringing plastics into the office? All our lives we've been doing that. So let's walk the talk. The second one is, yes, we must talk about accountability, but before we hold others accountable, let's do that ourselves. I think the most important one is role modeling the behavior we expect of others. And we can start doing that from all of us who've been part of these 2 days as we go out and leave for the next chapter. But thank you very much for making us part of this dialogue.
Great, thank you so much, Dindo. And so I have a few final words to leave you with, but before I do that, I just wanted to ask all of the audience to join me in giving a big hand to our panelists. Fantastic reflections. So perhaps just in closing, Excellencies, colleagues, and partners, as we conclude this important forum on corporate sustainability and environmental rights in Asia, I'd like to just take a moment to reflect on some of the key challenges that we face and more importantly, the opportunities that we have to secure a safe, healthy, and sustainable future for children and young people and for everybody who's affected in our region. So let's remember, the climate crisis is not just an environmental issue, it is a human and a child rights crisis. Children are most vulnerable to extreme heat, to air pollution, flooding, water scarcity. In fact, 89% of children in this East Asia and Pacific region face 3 or more types of climate shocks, and that's the highest in the world for overlapping climate shocks. Today, children face 6 times as many climate-induced disasters as their grandparents 50 years ago. As we've heard through the forum, these shocks are not just statistics. They represent lives and livelihoods. They disrupt children's access to clean water, to healthcare when they're sick, and their ability to go to school. They threaten children's development, well-being, and ultimately their futures. Today, businesses are key actors in shaping climate outcomes. Businesses affect air and water, greenhouse gas emissions, plastic and chemical pollution, with direct consequences for children. That's why we need regulators and businesses to level up their policies and practices and integrate child rights into their ESG frameworks, as we've been talking about over the past 2 days. Regulators need to adopt mandatory human and child rights due diligence regulations and policies, and companies need to develop their own due diligence to assess their impacts on the environment and on human rights, including by guaranteeing meaningful participation of children and young people in the process. Both businesses and regulators need to embrace transparent reporting on environmental and human rights impacts and embed child-sensitive ESG standards in their reporting policies. Finally, there must be access to justice and remedy for children and communities harmed by corporate practices by strengthening grievance mechanisms to hold actors accountable and secure redress for harm suffered. From the UN and from UNICEF, we call on the private sector to adopt, go beyond a do-no-harm approach to actively support child-centered climate resilience. Now is the time for action. From UNICEF, we're working with business leaders to leverage the positive power of businesses and move the needle on human and child rights. We're here to work with businesses as you embrace strong frameworks to respect children's rights related to climate and the environment. We've heard clearly from young people at this forum that we must have a just transition. We invite business leaders, associations, investors, and regulators to factor child rights and human rights impacts into the green transition to make it just. By supporting skills transition for young people, for example, by mitigating the impacts of fossil fuel dependence on children, by mitigating the negative impacts of the extraction of minerals needed for a green economy on children and communities, and by involving young people in the decision-making process. Finally, we would like to invite businesses and their leaders to invest more in climate resilience for children. We have a lot of opportunities for innovative financing, for climate-smart social services like green schools, water and sanitation infrastructure, and healthcare. We invite you to contribute to the Climate Action for All initiative, which aims to reach 15 million people with climate-resilient services and empower 85 million children through improved policies, laws, climate finance, and also reduce or avert 3 million tons of CO2 emissions. Before closing, I also want to recognize all of the hard work done by my colleagues at UNDP, UNEP, IUCN, and UNICEF in organizing this inspiring forum and recognize support of the EU for this critical agenda. We've clearly heard during this forum that governments, businesses, and civil society need to work together to uphold the rights of every child and every person to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. So let's work together, not only because it's the right thing to do, but because it's essential for building a better, more sustainable future for our children and for every person in our region. Thank you very much.
If we may, please let's have another round of applause, but this time for yourselves, because I know it's 4:30 as well. After 2 days of trainings, we went from air pollution to just transition to water to textile industry to ESG. So I know it's been a whirlwind, but just another, please, huge round of applause for yourselves, because I do know it's a lot. And I know it's it's officially closed, so don't expect a long speech. But I do just want to say that when we had the first conference, Dinda will remember, and Ellen, somewhere in the room, will recall that we were excited to get corporate sustainability and environment rights in the same sentence for a conference. That was the excitement. It was an old idea, but it was a novel idea. Though this has been very difficult conversations. We've spoken about language. We're not looking at things the same way. We are now talking about practicalities. We have started talking about practicalities. And even though we don't have the language which we anticipated, we have a visual of what we've all collectively been talking about. So it's a step forward. So no, we're not quite there yet with the language. But now we've gone beyond being excited about the title of the conference and now looking more towards what are we doing about it? What are we saying? What's in ecosystem when it comes to human rights, environment, etc. So I just want to say thank you. Also, if you just give me 2 seconds to just thank people by name, the organizing team, Ellen from UNEP, Georgie, Veronica, UNICEF, Roma, Brooke, of course, but also Pau Pau and team. Our team has probably also equally, country specialists from over 14 countries were supporting in this. Colleagues who shaped the agenda from GFANS, etc. Our senior leadership, UNDP Thailand, of course. I just want to say thank you and end with this. We open by saying umuntu ngabantu. A person is a person because of other people. My legal mind is also saying, a person, what's a person? This is a different language. A legal person is a business. So it's interesting that all of these different iterations of language, what do we mean by this, is now taking shape into action. So just wanted to say thank you. Thank you to all the governments, civil society, businesses, but also thank you to the teams at SCAP, SuperEC, for Amy, everybody. You'll stop receiving emails from a lot, Bidi, Harpreet, Apana, and of course senior management from different teams as well, youth, environment, gender. Thank you, everybody, and have a restful evening. Thank you.
And thank you, Belinda, as well. Big round of applause for Belinda as well. Thank you.